Hi. Hello. Uh-oh. Oh, there it is. Okay, it's working. I thought my closed captions broke. I was doing a bunch of funny, goofy, silly nonsense behind the streams. I was trying to get a cool plugin to work for my chats, but it didn't work. So if you notice that there were like weird things that I was saying in my chats that I forgot to remove because I totally didn't remember that those just don't go away on their own, that's why. Chat plugin? Yeah, it was just a thing to make it so that the chat would display in like a three-dimensional kind of way. So that way it could be like at like an angle, kind of skewed, you know, for additional depth, to make it feel like, you know, the chats are kind of going back in space a little bit in an interesting way, maybe. It didn't work. It was like cutting off parts of your pronouns for the Twitch extension, and then for the YouTube one, it was like just totally cutting out the beginning of the words. I don't know what it was doing. It was like cropping in kind of weird. So, no, our pronouns, they have been stolen by the devious 3D block filter. So don't worry, I've returned them to you. I will not hold them hostage. That would not be nice. So we are back the way things were, and I was fearful for a second that I'd goofed something up in the process of making it look that way, but it turns out everything's fine. Here, wait, I can show you what happens. Watch this. Watch this. Bam! Now you have dimension. Wow! But look, it's like cropping your shroomate out, and I don't know why it's cropping your shroomate out. It's like removing your names. You don't get any pronouns. None. Not a single pronoun. And then YouTube just gets like their first word annihilated. I don't know why it does that, because it works just fine on anything else I put it on. Yeah, negative pronouns. You get -10 to your pronouns. That's a debuff. That's, yeah, warning. Also, hi, I'm Squiiji. Freelance artist, Fungi, art educator, also Uma Musu Mayor in my announcements today. We'll be discussing why I'm an Uma Musu Mayor, but also Rex, welcome back! Welcome back! Thank you for resubscribing, welcome back. How do gay horses greet? Hey, Philly! Topical also to my horse mention. Yeah, Uma Iji, yeah, Uma Iji. I'm gonna be Uma Iji for an entire day on Thursday, and then at the end of Friday's stream we'll discuss all that. So big exciting Shroom State news. Hey, guess what? I get to check off a box on my bingo for my goals for the year. I got invited to a tournament. There is an Uma Musume tournament being held that I was invited to partake in, and I'm so excited about it. Chrysalia is hosting the Friendship Arc VTuber Umatational, and I'm on a team with two other lovely fellas. We are Team Glue Eaters. Believe it or not. Believe it if you may, or not. You don't have to, but you should maybe believe it. I was the one who suggested our name. Actually, wait, that's not even fully true. Hang on. Do you want to know who came up with our name? I was the one who suggested it, the name. But technically, I didn't come up with it entirely. Joby had suggested that our team be called Glue Sniffers, and I was like, I don't know about that, but what if we were instead Glue Eaters? And they loved that. They were on board. So, and then we love hags. So my two teammates are Serena and Sopralto. Sopralto is the one who decided upon our quote. Maybe not that one, but Glue Eaters is funny. Yeah, glue sniffers implies causing potentially permanent brain damage, but eating glue is a thing that many children are known to do, unfortunately. So we are eating glue. We are Team Sillies. Seeing all of the other announcements, there's 3 other teams that have been announced. I actually don't know how many teams there are, funny enough, but I know there's at least 3 other teams, because they were announced already. They all have such, like, cheerful, friendly, like, normal names. Their names are, let me see what their names are just real quick. Oh, we have a hype train. Nilo, thank you for resubscribing. Welcome back. Enjoy your rotations. 12 months, a whole year. Oh my god. Like, the new one just joined, isn't part of the community yet. But that's just people thinking, yeah, no, you're overthinking. Nilo, you've been here for so long that you've been given a name, which is just the name that you have, but now that's just your name now. You've done 31,536,000 spins. Do more spins. Increase that number. I can't wait to see our, what do you call it, like, Twitch, like, wrapped thing we get at the end of the year this year, because last year, we only had, like, 7 months of spin and of emote and of other things before that they were taking the data from. We'll have an entire year's worth of emote usage and clips and all kinds of crazy things. So we can look at it this year, and I'm kind of excited. We give it a name, which is your name. Hey, we were talking about the fact that I'm on a team named after eating glue. I can't say that I'm the sharpest crayon in the box at the moment. Most popular emotes. Yeah, I do think those will probably be our most popular emotes. I'm intrigued to see if any other ones are, like, up near them on the tier list, though. Oh, but anyways, hang on. So, to continue discussing the Uma Musume tournament. So, Chrysalia is the one who is hosting the tournament. I will not be live, like, broadcasting the tournament, because I am actually going to be raiding into the tournament, theoretically, after our Friday stream. I can't stream that late on a Friday. We have plans this weekend, so Jovi and I can't be live that late. Jovi and I are also going to be watching the tournament, probably from our TV in the living room. But we're gonna raid in. I theoretically may have an interview that I'm going to be kind of raiding us into as well, so if you want to hear more of my thoughts on the horse and all of that, I'll be raiding in for that. But the other team names, just to show you how I feel like we're already kind of odd ones out, we're the Glue Eaters. The other teams right now are Amazing, Ready, Set, Go, and Amazing Uma Idols. They're all so normal, and we're the Glue Eaters. And you know what that means? That means we stand out already. We're big threats. We're huge threats. We're huge threats. On Thursday, we'll talk my strategy, and we'll talk what my team strategy is just a little bit. I don't care about talking about it out loud. I don't think anyone is going to be snooping on my stream to cheat and try and develop counters for me. I don't think it's that intense. But we'll chat about it then, at that point. Uma's names aren't always normal. That's true. Uma names are not always normal. Glue Eaters is kind of threatening also because horse glue. Yeah, that's part of the bit of it. That's part of the bit in the name, yeah. We're gonna be kind of maybe a little bit evil. Are you gonna have a debuff horse? So the way that the tournament works, as far as, I think they've announced this. The way that the tournament works is that each member of the team gets one horse to submit. So debuffers are actually kind of challenging because when you enter the champions meeting in Uma Musume with your team of 3, your debuffer doesn't impact your other 2 teammates because they're all, like, effectively on one team. They're on your team, right? So, debuffers, totally viable. However, for doing races in this format, because my teammates are not the same person as me, the game does not recognize that we should not be wounding our teammates. Therefore, we have to be really specific if we're going to run a debuffer. So the 2 things I'm building, I am building a Rudolph, who is just good. I have the best hort I have ever made before, and it is a Rudolph, and she's great. But the other thing that I am attempting to build, just to see, we're gonna do 3 runs on Thursday. First run is probably just gonna be another Rudolph run, because I already have a Rudolph that's functional if I need to have a Rudolph. But our other 2 runs are going to be nice nature runs to see if we can stack some late surger and end closer debuffs. Because that way I won't harm my team, but then I can also be evil. Yeah, so we'll see. New career is much higher ending stats? Yeah, I've played a lot of runs of the new career already. I have played a lot of it. I have played almost 3 runs of Uma Musume almost every night since I knew the tournament was happening. We've been training for the entirety of November already, and I have been struggling to be quiet about it. So, we've been working hard. Why only 3 runs a day? I don't have enough legacies that I have myself for Sparks that are good enough. I only have 1 good one. But yeah, anyway, so Uma tournament on Friday. We're gonna raid in. Let me show you the goofy thing that I thought about that I am potentially just going to make really quickly. Hang on, let me put us into a drawing room. We'll continue yapping. This is not the last of the housekeeping, though. We got a couple other houses to keep. I want to go to this place. Teleportation magic, go. Giraffe, EG jump scare, yeah, kinda. It's a little uncanny, just a tad. So, first of all, what we have here is a glue stick. Whoop, that's not what I wanted. Hello. There we go. Tuck that away. Hide that. So my thought is, because I'm not going to be live, what I'm going to do is I'm going to make this an emote, and I'm going to animate it just subtly so that it kind of like sways left to right, has a little bit of like a feeling like it's glowing too. So that way, instead of, you know, when you cheer on your Oshis and their concerts or the idols, you have your light stick so you can wave it from side to cheer. Now we can wave glue stick. So I've doodled the glue stick. I just need to, hang on, I gotta put the outline back on, bam. And then I have to export this and just animate it real fast, quick in Blender. There's no bite mark in this one because it doesn't read very well from a oh, Lunana Art, thank you for following. I appreciate it. This, but with glue stick between. Yeah, you could put it with the mouth. You could put them together if you want. It just doesn't read very well without, or with the bite taken out of it, because there's just not enough glue. So yeah, we'll be able to swing these around. I might offer this as an emote to Sopralto and Serena also. So that way our whole team can like rep, and that way their subs can also represent the team. So I'm making an emote, but the other thing was that I had actually made us a logo for not really any good reason. I had like a weird chunk of time like 2 weeks ago where I was like, I have nothing to do right now, and I'm stuck somewhere where I can't do any of the work I need to do. All I have is my laptop. So I made us a logo, just really quickly. Look how cute. See, look, it's got the bite taken out of it here. We are Team Glue Eaters, and we are all going to have our very S+ strong horses, because we all have a name that starts with S. Very long, interesting neck. Thank you. Thank you. I would get along well with Candace from Phineas and Ferb, and also be scouted as a model by that one lady in Phineas and Ferb. My neck isn't normally this way, but this is just for fashion reasons. It'll go back to normal at some point. Glue Eaters. Yeah, we're gonna have, I bet you didn't know that there was the ability to have horses that are ranked not just S, not just SS, but SSS. Oh. It's been 10 minutes since E.G. Raff was redeemed. Did something bork? Not unlikely. Something could have borked. I'll give it another couple minutes to see if something else untriggers to make it go away. But I think we, may have had more than one. Oh wait, no, we don't have a more recent. Yeah, that is the most recent. It's been 10 minutes. Well. Normalization beam. But anyways, Glue Eaters. Look how cute. Was it just mine? I think it was just yours.
The glue that is eaten is of course made out of Uma Musume.
Gary, that's not true. They are girls. They're all alive. There's no reason for the glue to be made from them. I promise. I swear. I don't commit cannibalism. I say as if I am also a horse. Or a girl. Very confusing sentence I'm trying to figure out here. But yeah, Glue Eaters, that's us. I am really excited. I hope you guys will all stick around for it, because I'm really excited and I hope we win. We have a feeling, our team has a feeling that there's people who are really, really hardcore players who might be in the game, and none of the three of us are especially like whales or anything. None of us paid to play the game. So we are doing the best we can with what we have, and we'll see. We're in it for fun. We'll see what happens. I want to win. I want to win so bad, but we'll see what happens. We're gonna give it our best shot. Has anyone seen Taiki's shuttle since she entered the glue factory? You do not make joke about my favorite girl that way. I keep an eye on Taiki's shuttle. She is on my home screen. You'll see her on Thursday. She's fine. Don't worry. Don't worry. I'm taking good care of her. I would never allow her into that type of building in the first place. She doesn't wander away. She stays right here where she belongs. She hangs out. Don't worry. It's okay. I keep a good eye on her. So, our other housekeeping things this week. What else did I have for you? Hort, Uma, important. I don't know if I've stressed that enough. Uma, important. Also, tomorrow is gonna be an interesting day. Oh, we've been raided. Hello, hi raiders, welcome in. Hey, Shrewmates, can you rotate for the raiders? Or I guess you can sniff them too, as Nilo is doing. One or the other. Hi, Anno. Welcome in. How was your stream? Mods, thank you for getting the shout out. I'm Squiiji. I'm a freelance artist Fungi, and I'm also an art educator. We're going to be doing Vtuber design critiques today, but right now I am doing my housekeeping, alerting people what's going on this week, because I'm participating in an tournament. I almost said tutorial. I'm not doing that. I'm in a tourney. My team is called the Glow Eaters. That's what you're looking at right now. Lilith, hey Renee, thank you for following. I appreciate it. But how is your stream? Hi, Anno. What were you up to? The thing is telling me you may have been playing Pokemon Legends, but I know the thing kind of lies to me sometimes. I don't know if it always tells the truth about what people are up to during stream. I'll keep an eye out for your wishes. But if you and your fellas need to do things like eat or drink or snark me, please take care of yourselves. If you want to stick around and hang out, you're more than welcome to do so. But please prioritize looking after your health. Where I get to raid, so I'm very pleased for the opportunity. Hey, hell yeah! Pokemon Legends ZA was fun. Oh, that's good. I've been seeing a lot of people having fun with it. One of my friends, who is also my mod, was playing it and has a very good e-boy fit in the game, and has been taking some real good screenshots in it of it, where the outfits are kind of slay. It's nice. But I'm glad you're having fun with it. I've heard it's a good one. I know there's been some varied sentiments about some Pokemon games as of late, so I'm glad there's one people are having fun with, and I'm only hearing the fun parts of this one once again. Customization so slay? Hell yeah, I am so glad. Kalos was known for Pokemon fashion. Yeah, hey, that's good. I'm glad. I'm glad they're getting back to the roots, which is allowing you to be cool and sick and fun in your outfits. People love very few things more than the ability to customize their character with a lot of fun options. There you go. Yeah, you can rotate like that. Is that a T-pose rotate? That's good. Used to using the TikTok emojis as stickers. It's throwing me off. I can't use them here in the stream. I don't know if I don't know if I have that ability here now. There are other things you can use so that I can give you other emotes from other places, but I don't really know how most of those work, unfortunately. Highest effort for a character, Ren is so serving. Is it slay? Is it slay? I hope it is. But the camera for taking in-game photos is really slay too in the game. Hell yeah, I love when they put the time into developing those kinds of features too, because, you know, if we're going to be able to put the time into having a sick fit, we better also put the time into being able to show others our sick fit, because, you know, we do like dressing up, but we also like bragging about dressing up also. In the stream, I have stickers in iMessage. Oh, interesting. Someone once told me that they can use my emotes somewhere, like in iMessage or something, because of Twitch. I didn't know that. How does that work? Is that true? Is that real? Why is there a Dorito chip emote? It's not mine. That was me? Was that you, Hoshi? I never figured that out, because if that's the case, I could be pestering Joby with my emotes, but I never figured out how that worked. But hi, you know, thank you. Can do so in Discord because of Twitch emote. Oh, interesting, because of the Twitch sub. Wait, so can you use my stickers or my emotes in other places outside of my server? Or is that like a Nitro only thing? I've never understood how like all of that stuff works. Thank you for the warmth and welcoming us in. Of course! Take care of yourself. I'm glad you're having fun with Pokemon though. I gotta take a sip of my hot chalky. Hey, don't do an ad right now. I need to talk about what we're doing not just today, but this week. No ads right now. Go away. Okay, so my other things of note that are occurring this week are... Oh, tomorrow. That's what I was trying to explain. So tomorrow, I get to have two somewhat awaited things occur, which I'm very happy about both of. It's going to be an interesting morning, though. I am going to... very early tomorrow morning, get up and have a job interview for a position that would be really exciting to get. And I feel like my odds are actually pretty good of getting there, because it's going to be teaching adjacent work, which I'd be happy to do, at a school that my grandfather taught at, so that gets me in there on that front. And the person who is the interviewer graduated from the same grad program I graduated from, and also is the chair of a, printmaking studio that I have been in many shows at. So they know who I am, I think, also already. If not because of the fact that I was in those shows, but also potentially because of the fact that we graduated from the same school. They graduated about 6 years before me, but How crazy is that? So I'm looking forward to that interview, and then I'm literally immediately leaving that interview and going straight to my cardiologist appointment. So what a morning tomorrow is going to be. I'm excited to potentially have good work news and also good health news, maybe. Hopefully, I would love to report that to you on Thursday. So tomorrow's going to be a very interesting day where I'm going to accomplish nothing. I've taken the day entirely off. Because I do have to drive an hour to go to this cardiologist and then an hour back home. And I don't know how long the cardiology appointment's gonna take, so it's gonna chunk out a big portion of my day. Graduated mentioned, no, I'm not graduating. I graduated from grad school. That's not an evil word. It was good that I finished my master's. That's a good thing. Thank you guys for wishing me good luck, though. I appreciate it. With the diagnoses and interview. I appreciate it. Also, Amazing Killer 14, thank you for following. I appreciate it. And I message you, click on the plus beside your keyboard, then scroll till you see Twitch stickers. It's just at the Twitch icon. They should be there. Ooh, okay, interesting. I'm gonna test this right this second. I'm gonna lose my tracking. I'm just gonna send Jubby a sticker. Plus, Twitch stickers. Okay. Oh, wait, so now I can see who I'm subscribed to right now, which is kind of funny. Wait, but why can I only use my own free stickers? Why are my own animated stickers not an option? What? I'm subscribed to myself. Does it work? Does it move? Oh, it doesn't move! The animated ones don't move! Whoops. How does this work? Put my face back on here, there we go. Grad school mentioned war flashbacks. No! Why are you frozen? Because I was sending a message. I have to use my cellular device, and if I tab out of the tab where my face is tracked from, it doesn't track my face. It's just related to Discord's disallowment of animated stickers. Unless nitroed. I was testing Twitch stickers, but in iMessage, which it seems like it didn't work. Jummy's gonna be kind of confused, but it'll be okay. So the most out-of-pocket one, none of them are that out-of-pocket. Although I guess I could have just sent my Jubby emote to Jubby, but that's not the one I sent. I sent the Gary, like, bouncing one, but it's not bouncing, which is really sad. So wait, hang on. What other things do I have for housekeeping today? Oh, Secret Santa, the Shroomy Secret Santa. Which we should talk about because if you're going to join our Secret Santa, you must do so before the 20th, which I think is Thursday. Thursday is the last day to join, so we got this week. Friday, I'm probably gonna spend the morning trying to get everybody paired up as quickly as possible, but let me teleport here so you guys can see the details if you've not already heard the details. Details! So, if you've not already heard, we are doing a Secret Santa event in the Shroom State, where we are going to be exchanging artwork, or, you know, any kind of artwork, just exchanging things we have created. We're doing a creative Secret Santa. So, if you are interested, we have a form that you can submit to, and I will use this form to pair you up with people. So here is the Secret Santa form. Bam. So you may have it if you would like. Weep. Whap. There you go, very good. And here it is for you, also YouTube chat, if you would like to join it. So there's 24 people who were involved already, if you would like to join. Technically, there's also 25. May I submit early next week because I want to publicly post the design first before submitting? That's fine. Rex, you're one of my mods, so I can track you down pretty easily, thankfully. Although I may, how early next week? I'm gonna be trying to pair everybody up probably Friday and like Monday of the following week, if possible. Maybe. I'm trying to get everything paired up real quick. But for the Secret of Santa, no ads. Leave me alone. Not right now. No more ads right now. Leave me alone. Submit your form to join before Thursday, optimally. Then I will randomly assign everyone a target by probably mid next week. And then you will have from then until like the week before Christmas in order to complete your little thing that you are creating for someone else. So, notes about this thing. Notes. Please sign up only if you are confident you can complete your artwork in time. Just because we don't want anyone to be left out. It'd be really sad and heartbreaking to participate in this and have somebody not receive something because someone did not accurately manage their time in advance for it. We do have people who are going to be acting as sort of pinch hitters who may draw or create a second little creation, so that way if someone does not have one already, we can kind of cover our bases and not have any troubles. But let's not make the job any harder for them. Let's not require too much of that, hopefully, theoretically. Pretty please, I beg. Also, all artistic mediums are welcome. Just because I say art does not mean that it's limited to visual art. You can also have things like music or writing. I was saying drawing, painting, crochet, sculpture, dice making, music writing, 3D modeling, etc. Any kind of creative activity that you enjoy can be done. And if you are not somebody who is like a character artist, you can just design something inspired by that character as well. And I promise we'll all be thrilled. You can design a perfume, nail art, a constellation, food package, amoeba, something else. Whatever you want. Just be creative and have fun with it. And also, all skill levels are welcome. If you are worrying that you are not at a skill level that you feel is enough to participate in this challenge, I will tell you that do not worry. Put those worries aside. The Shroomits are very kind and very lovely, and we will all love anything and everything you could possibly create for us. So as long as you are taking, a couple hours and putting your full heart into it, putting some love into it, I promise you we will love anything you create, so don't even worry about it. Don't worry about it at all. Would it be possible to sign up as a pinch hitter without signing up for the event? Odd question. That is an interesting question. Currently, there's not a way to do that. But I guess I can have you on deck if we have a need for that. I can find some way to collect you for that. That is an intriguing thing. Why do you want to be a pinch hitter without signing up? Is it just that you don't care about having something drawn for you and you just want to draw something for someone else, maybe? Intriguing. But the final terms are no AI usage. You will get nuked. From everything involving me, you'll be removed. You will be banned on Twitter, on Twitch, on YouTube, and in the Discord server. Don't do it. Not a smart idea. I don't know why you'd be hanging out here in the first place if you're somebody who is doing a lot of the AI generation nonsense, because this is a place for creatives. And I would consider that to not be very creative. I'd be very surprised to see it happen, but just in case, don't. My character design isn't set, but I'd like to draw. I mean, you don't have to... Technically, you could send any character that you have, like, the rights to have drawn. So it doesn't have to be you, your Sona. It can be any character that you have designed or created. Even if it's not set in stone, you could still receive some art of it. There's people who have submitted just, like, a Pinterest board, too. Just of, like, things that could be inspirational, fully with the understanding that whatever is created around that Pinterest board may not match whatever idea they have in their head, but it's just for fun, for funsies. So, like, even if it's not something that's finished, I think it's still worthwhile to join. Perhaps. Lindo the dog, or Lindo the OG, I almost called you a dog. I'm so sorry. Thank you for following. I appreciate it. Ban AI, yeah. Ban them. Yeah, I will. Don't worry. We will have no AI nonsense happening here. And also, as like the final note here, you are not permitted to commission someone else to complete the artwork that will be delivered. You have to do whatever the creative thing is yourself. Please, I'm begging you. Oh, Movatary, thank you for following too. I appreciate it also. Yeah, I put it in OC and not my Sona. Yeah, exactly. So, I believe that is all the notes that I have for us today before we get started. So I'm going to drink some hot chalky and take a bite of snack that I was supposed to take earlier while we wait for the ad to go away. So I'll just hang out. To do photo bashing? Yeah, you can do photo bashing. That's digital collaging. Yes. As long as you're putting time and love and effort into it, then yes, go for it. You have my permission. So somebody paint with their toes the other day, like holding a paintbrush with their toes. Boy, do I have something to tell you then in relation to that. know what we're doing Friday? Hoshi, did you see the Friday plan we have? I saw Clara Charmwood of Nichi Sanji Ien do a challenge where she drew a self-portrait with her dominant hand, then she redrew the same self-portrait with her non-dominant hand, and then she redrew the same portrait trying to use her left foot, and then she redrew it trying to use her right foot. And I thought that seemed kind of funny and kind of goofy, so I am going to attempt to do that on Friday. Because I think I will do probably better than expected with the left hand, because I used to be kind of ambidextrous because I injured my wrist and I had to draw exclusively left-handed for almost 2 years when I was an undergrad. Granted, that was a long time ago, so we'll see how rusty I am, but like, I do a lot of tasks left-handed. Whoa, yeah, so it may be interesting. We'll see. I'll see if there's also a way that I can horizontally reverse my hand asset for when I'm doing the left hand part. Because I've just done it before, so I'm interested. I'm probably gonna do prep work for the right hand because that's not the interesting part. I'll probably do like a sketch and then we'll clean it up on stream. That way we can spend most of the stream on Friday on the left hand, on the right foot, on the left foot. I'm interested to figure out what the posture is gonna be like to draw like that. I'll have to move my microphone so that way it can be close to my head because I have a feeling I'll have to like lean back. It's gonna be interesting. It's an amazing skill, right? My mother, Shrew Mom, is completely ambidextrous as far as writing works. She can write identically with her left and right hand. Like, her left hand has a little bit more of a slant in one direction. She is dominantly left-handed. But she can write with both hands dominantly because, unfortunately, growing up, being left-handed was something that was not advantageous, and teachers weren't always nice about that. Drawing with knows when. Well, if we have time, maybe I'll try and draw with, like, my pen in my mouth or something. We'll see if that's possible, although I guess I can't talk if I'm doing that. I'm sure you'd still watch anyway, but I just thought it'd be goofy. But yeah, I used to be pretty decent at it. Oh yeah, we're back from ad! We're back from the ad break, and I didn't drink any of the hot chocolate I was supposed to drink. Hang on. Left-handed people are still discriminated against? Serious? In some parts of the world, yes, to this very day, but Shrew Mom was having this trouble approximately, probably about 50 years ago. Maybe a little bit more. Yeah. Edie's going... Yeah, it'll be like when I get, like, silenced by the shush redeem, where I'm like... Don't think so. Plenty of people that try to be left-handed to appear special. What? Really? I feel like that's not a thing. I feel like that's the same kind of accusation people make where they're like, there's more people who have autism now than ever before, and it's because they want to make it seem like they're special. I don't know if that's true. I think that because it's less stigmatized now and children aren't being forced to be right-handed now, there's just more of them. Some people, granted, there's always gonna be bad eggs and some people who are doing that, but I'd imagine very few. I'd imagine not very many. Left-handed didn't have trouble, give or take, over the last 20 decades. Right-handed. I'm right-handed to draw and to write. However, when I played sports, when I played lacrosse and field hockey, I was left-handed, which was really annoying. Because I was the only player on my team who was left-handed, and it drove me crazy. Nobody could pass to me because they were so used to passing to the other side of the body. And then I just decided to be ambidextrous in lacrosse, which is something you should do anyway if you're going to be a high-level lacrosse player. And then everyone would only pass to my right hand, so I'd have to switch hands to catch. It was so annoying. What can you do, though? Well, my class a few years ago was left-handed, also astronomically intelligent. Good for her. Eesh. Yeah. Annoying. Annoying to be the only one. What can you do, though? It wasn't that bad. And the reason I learned is because my mother was also left-handed, so when she taught me to play lacrosse, I just did what she did. Alright. What you say I start doing VTuber design critiques right now. It has been 40 minutes, which is sort of traditional for us in our Yap. Why don't I move us out of Yap into do things that we're supposed to do? Bam.
So what? I'm still a rock star. I got my rock moves and I don't need you, and guess what? I'm having more fun, and now that we're done I'm gonna show you tonight I'm alright. I'm just fine and you're cool, so what? I am a rock star. I got my rock moves and I don't want you tonight.
So what? I'm still a rock star. Okay, I see, I get it. Pink. Pink, I see. We are doing pink VTuber design critiques today. Thank you, Gary, for your very apt and timely song performance. I do appreciate that every week you do bring us a new thematically accurate song rendition. It's lovely. Left-handed hack. Learn to use your right hand for non-important stuff using a mouse, shears. Reduces strain on your left. Avoided most wrist pain because despite being a hairdresser, artist, writer, gamer. Hey, I literally have the exact same hack for the opposite, which is that I am right-handed and I preserve my right hand. I eat left-handed, I brush my teeth left-handed, I load and unload the dishwasher left-handed, I open doors usually left-handed. What else do I do left-handed? Most things. I do most things left-handed, so that way I preserve my right hand just for drawing. Because as much as I did teach myself to draw left-handed before, it just wasn't as good. So yeah, I agree with that. That is a good hack. If you are somebody who is a creative or somebody who needs to rely on one limb, take as much strain off of that hand as you physically can, if possible. It will be a learning curve, let me tell you. That point in time where I was trying to teach myself to do all those tasks, which was because I had my hand at a brace and I wasn't allowed to use it. Rough. Not an easy time at all. But after I would say after 2 weeks, it became pretty natural. So as long as you're doing it consistently, 2 weeks isn't that long. You'll eat a little slower. You'll brush your teeth a little slower. You'll open doors a little slower. You gotta stop and think about it. But I would say it is worthwhile. Paint left hand if I want imperfect natural strokes. Oh, that's an interesting hack. Your painting looks more human when you use your non-dominant hand. Interesting. Use my mouse right-handed since that's how I learned. Brother also left-handed, use the mouse in the left hand. I've never met somebody who uses the mouse left-handed, because even my mother uses a mouse right-handed. But she's also ambidextrous, so it probably didn't really matter to her. Huh. Interesting. Anyways, VTuber design critiques. This week we are doing pink VTuber design critiques. We are seeing so many cute, fluffy designs. Stop that. There's not a hand there. What do you see? What are you looking at in Leap Motion? There's no hand. It does this to me all the time. I'm not doing anything. I have this hand near my screen. There's not another hand. Please, believe it. I swear to God. No, stop it. Stop. Go away. Go away. I don't need you right now. Stop. Does it do this all the time when I'm not looking? I feel like it must. Yep, there it is. It looks like I'm always itching my face. I'm not moving my hand right now. I need you to believe me that I'm not moving my hand right now. Maybe if I put my hand here where it can track it, it'll stop doing it and I can speak. I can do the thing I'm aiming to do. Hi, hand. Stay right here. Okay, so we are doing pink VTuber design critiques today. There are going to be a lot of very cute designs. There's some really fluffy designs. There's some good, very fashionable designs as well, and I'm intrigued and excited to get into them. We will, however, be starting with a skip the line, depending on if the skip the line person is ready for us to begin with them. Sophia, if you are present and ready for us to start with you, do let me know. I will keep an eye out for it. You are? Okay, good. I just wanted to make sure. I knew you were here, but I just wanted to make sure you were ready. So we'll start with Fia, who is not pink, who is not especially pink, but is still related to one of the things we talked about today. You'll see in a minute. And then we'll get into pink. So we are starting with Skip the Line. This, what we have before us, is our lovely VTuber design rubric. This is rubric. This is not rubric Chan, but this is the rubric itself, which we use to make our best effort to remain as unbiased and objective as possible when we are talking about character design. Of course, there's always going to be a little bit of opinion that can seep into things, but this is what we're doing to level the playing field for everyone as best as we can. So, according to this rubric, a design can score up to 10 points, receiving 2 points from each of 5 categories. There are also 3 bonus points we could potentially award at the end, too. So, in order to get full points for color palette, the palette should be cohesive, interesting, and the contrast should work at a distance. There should be good color placement to support the focal point, and there should be a strong color hierarchy as well. You will get no points. 4. Color palette. If the palette has major instances of low contrast, clashing, or overwhelming choices. If I think the hues and values just need totally revisited, no points. 4. Silhouette. To receive full points, the design silhouette should be unique and easily identifiable in and of itself. There should be a strong visual weight, strong positive versus negative space interplay, and good contrasting shape language. You'll get no points for silhouette. If the silhouette is non-distinct, blob-like, exhibits ladder design, or otherwise just needs a ton more definition. 4. Complexity versus clarity. If the level of detail is appropriate, if the details are specific and support the constant focal point, and if I can turn the design into a cute little marketable plushie without removing all of the elements that make the design recognizably itself, full points. No points for complexity versus clarity if the design is distractingly too complex or too simple to the point of genericness, or if it doesn't pass the plushie test. 4. Focal point. The primary focal point should be the face, and that primary focal point of the face should be well executed. The viewer should be drawn to look at that element first and foremost. There can be other focal points in the design, but the primary focal point of the face should be the most prominent one. That's why you get full points. You will get no points if the primary focal point is not at all focal due to low contrast, over or under detailing, or being completely outcompeted by other elements. Then finally, concept and motifs. In order to get full points, the concept should be clearly, creatively, and thoroughly explored and supported by the motifs. I should be able to identify key conceptual aspects visually. Those aspects can include things like personality, fashion sense, occupation, species, cultural background, so on and so forth. We don't have to be able to identify every single one of those things, but we should be able to identify most of them optimally. So, if the concept is visually unclear, underdeveloped, or non-existent, no points. The bonus points we can award are for having a compelling, unique, or otherwise well-executed concept, for having a unique, exciting art style, or just because I like it. I can have a little bias here. A little bias as a treat. Each kind of bias is a treat. And I can put it on the fridge. But yeah. Have we lost the rubric chans? So we don't have rubric chans that are for this version of the rubric. All of our rubric chans were for the rubric 1.0. This is rubric 2.0. So rubric 2.0 has completely different color scheme and slightly different layout and slightly different wording. So I think after we finish our Shroom State Secret Santa, we will probably do rubric chan 2.0 designing as our next extra credit, which will probably be in January. So then we can start the year fresh with some new rubric chans to all look through. And every week I will have a different rubric chan featured next to it, if you're remembering that that's why we've lost them. We used to have them featured, but we don't have them right now. Just because they don't really match it as well as they used to. It's okay, we'll get new ones. I've been meaning to make a rubric chan 2.0 for a while, never got around to it. Hey, don't worry, I'll give you a good golden opportunity to get around to it. Probably in January. So we just have to survive like a month and a half, maybe 2 more without rubric chan. I know it's tough. I know it's hard. I know we miss her every day. We yearn for her in our hearts. However, she'll be back. Don't worry. She's on vacation right now. She's gonna take some time off. It's healthy for her. Don't worry. Not Ruben Chan. Rubric Chan. Is that what my... Oh no, my closed captions don't know what I'm saying. Ruben Chan. Rubric Chan. Rubric? Rubric Chan. There we go. Got it. Took a couple tries there. There was a very funny one recently on a video where it misspelled something. I don't remember what it was, though. It professed somebody to be a lesbian, though, essentially. It was something gay. Don't know what it was. My closed captions betray me from time to time, though, unfortunately. Oh. So, did I miss anything here? I don't think I did. I don't think I missed anything. Second name is Ruben. Rubric Ruben Chan. Is that her middle name? She gets to have the sandwich beloved by the failed experiment in Lilo and Stitch. Or actually, I don't think he's failed. I don't know what number he is, though. He's the one that's like right next to Stitch. Do you know what I'm talking about? Caption Chan says you don't choose your identity. I do. Yeah, the caption has decided that people just get totally other names. 624? Oh, okay, because Stitch is 626. Or is it 625? Stitch is 626. Right? I think? He's one of those ones that are close. But he liked... The only thing I remember about him is that he liked Reuben sandwiches. It's 625. Ah, I see. Very close, very close. Sandwich cousin. Yes, the sandwich cousin. I'm so glad so many of you remember that. Caption Chan becoming Catherine. We could have Caption Chan. We could make gajinkas of every single element of my stream if you really wanted to. We can have Notepad Chan. We can have Caption Chan. We can have Chat Chan. Caption says my name is Santa. If I say Santism, does it? Oh, it does. Yeah, if I say Santism, it does say Santa. Oh, and it doesn't even, or it just decides not to. That's funny. When I do roll, check and see what it says your name is. Let's do roll right now. Let's see. Shroommates! Who came to class? Who's here today? Would you like to be a part of roll? If you would like to. On Twitch, we have a 1-point channel point redeem that you can redeem to let me know you're here. You can also just say here. On YouTube, you can also just say here also as well. So, here but AFK, don't worry about it. You're here. I see you, Panda. Also, lurkers, don't worry about it. I got you already marked down. I see you. VOD watchers, also, thank you for being here as always. Usually I say that last, but gotta keep you on your toes. You never know what to expect with me. Today, we're saying it first. Let's see. I gotta scroll back in time, because a lot of you guys redeemed it at the beginning of the stream. I don't know where my mouse is. There we go. Okay. Cecil Sade, Star, Striker, Santism, Hoshi, Panda, Cotton Candy Floss, Nilo, Chakarama, Edward, Chili the Valley, Rex Tau T, Fia, Chiruta? Am I pronouncing the X in your name properly? I don't know if I am. If I'm mispronouncing your name, please let me know. I'm so sorry. I have teacher debuff. I want to say it right. Please tell me to say it right. Art Fun, Innocent. I just realized that your name is a play on words of the word innocent. Potentially, probably. Great. E.g. so slow. Mikara, Logan, scrolling up still. Lilith, Inti, Incinda, Namari, Del, art by Vienna, Mad Buns, Fern, Refracted, Angel Kitty, Val, Amber, Luanson, Nyabari, Knife Wife, Mova, Sarah May, Quarry, Nixdorf, Shadow Bring, hi! Apparently so you don't say. So why don't you say so? Yeah, did anyone else get any funny names that it said your name was in my caption? Let's see YouTube also. Interstellar Eyes, Iris, Moss Cake, York, Starless Mage, Sage, Simrai, Ked. Oh, Simirai, sorry, I've missed a letter. Zerato, hi, thank you guys for coming. Is Dana gonna be a regular uninvited guest from now on? I'm imagining so. A nice wife, apparently. Hey, congrats! You are now a very nice wife. It has been determined by the captions. Dia Fiora. Or just Dia. Oh, it fully caps your name. Interesting. Intriguing, even. So, hang on. What other things do I have to do before we start? Bingo! And Bingo was his name. Oh, speaking of names. Bam! If you'd like to play character design bingo with us, here is the way to do it. You can click right there and you will get a bingo card and we can see if you win or not by the end of stream. I had a couple really good weeks of bingo. Sadly, my good weeks have ended and I haven't gotten a lot of bingos since that. But we'll see what we can do today. Let me pin it for YouTube also. Also, I hadn't realized until today, I was testing out my overlay and I realized that the YouTube chat is so incredibly delayed. It's almost like infuriating to me how delayed it is. It takes it like a full 30 seconds after your message has been sent for it to show up on my overlay. Why is that? Why is it so slow? It's very peculiar. Yeah, I was doing my test and I was like, oh no, is it not connected? Is it not working properly? And then I was like tinkering around to trying to figure out if it was connected right. Then it started showing up and I was like, oh, okay. So I guess it's always been delayed. I just hadn't realized just how delayed it was until now. YouTube is always delayed on default unless you're streaming at a low latency. I am streaming low latency mode on YouTube. It's just the chat that's delayed. I don't think the actual feed is that much more delayed. I think it's just the chat coming in over to my overlay that has the delay. delay the mycelium network. Yeah, we'll have to do some patching to the mycelial network for the YouTube end. I found a new way we could potentially do my overlay for YouTube, but it would require me to remember to put my link to the YouTube stream into that plugin every day, and I don't trust myself to remember to do that. The more things I have to do before I start stream, the worse. The longer it takes me to start stream. But if it improves quality significantly, I'll consider it. We'll see. Anyways, why don't we get started? So, we're starting with Fia today, which is relevant because Fia is very clearly an Uma. We were talking to Uma Musume earlier. Look at you, Uma! For a second, I was like, can I have a horse-themed day this week? Because it's horse week. So we could just horse around a little bit. Unfortunately, I think in the submissions, I think I only have one other person who is horse-themed. There's only one other horse VTuber submission that I found. So I was like, I unfortunately can't make a themed episode around it. But look how cute! So this is Fia Mestra. Pronouns are she/any and at Fia Mestra. I was gonna jokingly say, boy, I wonder if this person is still active. Waiting for Rex to come in and be like, this person has not been active on Twitter for 2 years as a bit. I know you're here. Not active, trust. I trust that you are getting no physical activity into your day, and I trust that that's why you've come here, so that way I can tell you to do exercise. That's why you're here, right? You can't check this week? That's okay, don't worry. I promise I checked all of them today. They all have been active within the last, 6 months. So they're all real. They all exist. They're all from after my most recent purge, so they're all active. But Fia's details. The concept is that Fia is a ranch hand horse girl. Motif is plant. The flowers are marigolds, which is, I had guessed that they were marigolds. You've done a good job with their tiny little, they call them petalates when they're cute, when they're little. The tiny itty bitty little petals. Lore, not much at all, just a reflection of myself. Content focus, educational, horses mostly. Plan to be an equine technician and variety gaming. That's so cute. That's a good idea. I always appreciate when people relate their design to what it is they intend to do with their content. That's a good plan. Clothing. Most accessories and such are based on horse accessories and general western/cowboy clothing. I see that. There's a cowboy hat off. Keeping it on the shoulder/around that area through a bonnet string. I've had some clarification issues with it. I see it. I see the string. Worry/concerns. Focal point. I am focal point blind. I hear some say flowers are focal. Chest might be focal, etc. Unsure how to fix those and how bad it realistically is. But in the end, I know the face is a focal point. Just worried it's not the main one. And then also silhouette. While this one is posed, I fear there isn't enough going for the silhouette. Interesting things to say. Blanked out writing this, so I don't remember half the things. So, okay, first off, I think I can see your concept pretty dang clearly. I will say the ear shape may be a little bit too, rounded into a point. I, for a second, when I first looked at you, thought these may have been bat ears. I've looked at Uma ears. Can we get Uma EG just real quick as a reference? I've looked at a lot of horse ears recently because of Uma Musume. And I think they round them a lot more, and they have a lot more of a diamond shape when I see them, and that makes it clearer to tell that they are a horse ear, so they're shaped like this. With sort of the weight. Oh no! Gronk! Wrong layer! I also didn't get myself a bingo! Ah! What a start! Thank you! Uma EG, there we go, very good. So, low points like that. And then you can round the top maybe just a little bit. Just because right now they're kind of sharp, and yeah, they could be perceived as being horns, or I thought they may have been bat ears. So I may just do a little bit of reshape on the tip. Ooh, hello, can I have another layer? Thanks, there you go. Round that over just a little bit. And then if we could see that this is tucking back in, like that might help potentially. The horns first, or the tail and draft horse hooves going on. Yeah, so just being careful. Hang on, my mouse is not working. Please listen to me. Oh, mouse of mine. There we go. Being careful to be very specific with their shape. Also, the fur on the inside may be a good detail. I'm sure that I trust you as being somebody who plans to be an equine veterinarian, that is how the fur works on the inside of a horse's ear. I believe you. I trust you. more than I would trust myself to give you any note about that in any direction. Amber, thank you for giving me bingo. A place I can access it. Bam. Pow, there we go. Thought those legs were actual horse legs. They're wearing holsters or stirrups. Not sure what it's called. I think they are actual horse legs, but you are wearing, ooh, what do you call them? What do you call them? Not chaps. Is that what it's called? But you're wearing the pants that have all the fringes on them. Chaps. Oh, okay. I got it right. Okay. Yeah, you are wearing chaps, which are very good for silhouette. Also a nice asymmetrical moment with your one side bag and your gun on one side. You actually have a functional thigh strap, which I'm so happy to see. So many VTubers have the thigh strap and it doesn't serve any purpose, but this is a real thing that is done. People do wear a thigh strap to hold their gun, hold their little pistol or their revolver. I hope this is a little revolver. So, ears, just be careful about their shape a little bit more so they don't read as being horns. Secondarily, I was a little bit confused about this back here. I thought this was long Rapunzel-like hair at first, because it's not really tapering with the way it's moving towards the back of the body. So if you taper it a little bit, here we can get a little bit of the bag silhouette. I don't think we need to see it down here, but because we're changing the width of it a little bit more, people may be a little quicker to realize that it might be attaching to that part of the body as a tail. I'm not sure I've perfected the way I would redraw this shape, but just as like a general note, potentially. Yeah, make it give tail a little bit more clearly. I love how huge and exaggerated the tail is. That would be a nightmare to attempt to take care of, but we don't have to worry about that. It's a revolver, if I recall. Nice. Bet. So, you were worried about silhouette. I am not that worried about silhouette, if I'm being so honest with you. Your tail is so huge and has all these really specific little flowers poking off the edge. Got this braided element that's adding to the silhouette, probably. Let me turn off my edits so I can show you. Did I do anything on this layer? I did not. Silhouette test. Bam. So regardless of the fact that you're posed, you have big ears, huge tail, which is something that I can't say I've seen a ton of. I can clearly make out in the silhouette leaves and flowered edges. You've got all your little, what are they called? I thought, what are they called? The little, not tassels, but the little strips. Yeah, fringes, thank you. My words are failing me right now. All the little fringes of your chaps. You've got your armband. I think that you have enough things that could make you decently recognizable. If you are feeling like you aren't recognizable, there may be an opportunity to have a much more specific accessory somewhere. Because, you know, flowers are not uncommon in VTubing. You know, the cowboy elements are helping because cowboy is not the most common VTubing profession ever. And horse is probably not one of the more common VTuber animal species either that I see. But if you're really looking to set your silhouette apart, that could help. You do have some asymmetry from your pistol. When your tail isn't posed on the side of your body, that will add to silhouette a little bit as well. But I'm not especially worried too much about your silhouette. Your tail gives you a lot of weight in the lower half of your body. Your hair has an interesting shape to it, the way that you've posed it to be behind the body on one side and front on the other side. Good, natural asymmetry. It's natural, it's nice. Which is what we like to see. So I'm not too worried about your silhouette, all things considered. As far as your color palette goes, it feels very harmonious. It's very earthy. You've desaturated a lot of your warm tones and you've shifted your green to be a little bit warmer too, which makes them have a nice harmony. The fact that all the warm tones exist mostly in your hair, which adds little pops of interest, and then you keep the outfit a lot darker, makes for good clarity. You've added trim details that make it easier to tell the edge of your chaps from the edge of your pants. That's a good move as well. Like, I think the values have been handled pretty dang well. The lighter trim edge at the bottom of the chaps, I'm not sure if is as successful just because it's so close to the color of the draft horse-like hair that you have at the bottom. But I know that you're aiming for consistency with these elements. It may just be better if you change that line to being one of the darker colors you have here, like this one maybe? But like, that's like such a picky thing to say. Like, that's not a big deal at all in the design. This is just little optimization details for clarity. And even if you wanted to, you could still have like, we're gonna repeat a detail somewhere, like put something along this edge just a little bit. You don't have to carry those along the entire edge, but like maybe it's just on the inside of the foot, just for clarity. Nick, pick all you want. I'll hear all the ideas. Got you. I will pick all of the knits out of your hair. Don't worry. I am somewhat disturbed by that being the origin of the phrase I am saying, but it works well. Squiiji out here doing the Lord's work. Thank you. I'm glad you think so. I'm working hard. I'm doing my best. So, okay, let's see. Did I have any other things? If you want to, you don't have to. Theoretically, the sleeve is rolled up. You could potentially make that clearer if you give this like a little bit more weight in this area so that we can tell that it's folded, potentially. And then that just adds a little bit more exaggeration to the silhouette. In the limb area, this is pretty decent the way it's shaped. You could flare these things out a little bit if you wanted to add more to the silhouette too, but honestly, you're going for something that's relatively grounded in the way you've handled your shape language, so I don't want to push you too far into cartoony over-exaggeration. But if it's something you're open to, you can always, like, just think about flaring edges of things more. Like, this could be even chunkier at the top. It doesn't have to be the same width as the cuff is either. One of these could be narrower than the other. You could make this even wider. But that's all up to your potential personal preferences as far as how realistic versus how cartoony you're aiming for this to be stylistically. Oh, it's so pretty. I love the design. I am also potentially partial to this. Alternative should have been cherry pick, but that has a bit of a different connotation. Yeah, cherry pick does have another connotation to it, which is another thing I don't want to do. There's no horse bias here. The bias I may or may not have does not relate to the horse. I think the bias I'm having is towards your color palette. I am a big fan of very well done, like somewhat muted earth tones. So I am partial to the color palette here, and also to the way you've handled the clarity by using pattern to your advantage. Also, the details all feel pretty specific. I was wondering if there may be some way that you could position the marigolds to be almost like, you know that accessory that Goldship wears? Her, like, funny head bridle situation? I was wondering if there could be a way you could position these so that they almost take that place, but I like your big, very Bishoujo bangs. So I don't know if I necessarily want to suggest that in this circumstance. But I do think that I'm not necessarily getting the elements of the clothing being, not clothing, the equipment being worn by a horse. So I see that there are some, like, straps across the body. You've got this one that's under the bust, which I'm going to guess is probably related to, like, one of the straps that would hold a saddle or something on. And then this with the ring in it is maybe related to another piece that I'm not sure what necessarily would be. Unfortunately, I'm not an expert on horse gear, but clearer references to horse gear could be good, potentially, maybe. Palettes good to look at, jealous. Palettes can be so hard to try and figure out. They take a lot of work. Also, hi, Ms. Bell. Ear covers. Ear covers could also be cute, but the ears with the color they are right now, sort of relating back to the skin color and relating back to the color at the bottom, where it's coming out from underneath the pants, is good for unity's sake. I don't think it would be as good of a move to cover those in something colored necessarily. Although, we are moving in the direction of one of your concerns, which is focal point. I will say, for me, if I close my eyes and open my eyes and let them snap to whatever they go to first, I am landing on your chest, unfortunately. So that is ending up as the primary focal point, partially because of contrast in color, and also because of contrast in value as well. So you've surrounded the you've surrounded the green of the vest with much darker colors, and the green isn't super prominent in the design otherwise. It's mostly all conglomerated to this area. So either if we distribute the green more, it'll become less important here, or if we find some other way to add something specific to the face that doesn't appear as much elsewhere, that could also help. So the tail does have these marigolds that sort of transition through other colors. So I might suggest, you've got two of the gold marigolds. I'm gonna guess that you pushed these darker, so that way they wouldn't be as focal in the lower body. But if you have some things that are more red up around the face, oh, that doesn't work. Hang on, try again. Multiply maybe. Money, add, then multiply. Yeah. And if you had more of the marigolds around the head, then because of level of detail, and then because of the variety of colors we're putting in such a small area, that could help distract us away from the vest. Because the color blocking of the clothing itself feels both naturalistic, it feels realistic to the way clothing is actually designed in real life, and it also just supports the color palette so well. I don't actually want you to change it very much. So I'm sure there is some other way we can get people to look at the head. So I'm gonna just try bringing more of these colors up here, just to see if, you know, if there's technically like another marigold here, or if we can see one peeking out on that side too that is one of these colors, perhaps. Like this is an orange as opposed to the yellow. Put this like here on this side so you can see it peeking through, and then grab the red again so maybe you can see, whoops, hang on, that's not red. See that it's behind the bangs or something too, and then more leaves. We can see a leaf coming out under here. There's a leaf coming out here. I'm kind of accidentally turning it into much more of a flower crown, but that level of detail I do think is helping already. Do you see what I mean? Ooh, my program decides to stop lagging. Vest isn't very focal because it's darker than the skin tone. I mean, it is also darker than the skin tone too. The face and the feet being a lot brighter than a lot of other elements does also help us to be more likely to look there, potentially, but it's just not quite enough. I will say the feet are, now that you say it, a little bit distracting too. Let me just try something. Let me give you a darker background color just to see if the feet are truly that distracting. Oh, hang on, we can see my other edits. The feet might just need my classic, you know it, you love it, gradient situation. So if I were to go like this and say, okay, pick like a purple or something for a multiply layer. Nope, that's too saturated. What's going on there? You just haven't rendered yet though, so like pushing the legs and the feet back a little bit. Now, brighter skin color, some brighter colors around the head. I think we are well in the upper body as a focal point. But then on top of that, by having more colors, the head does end up more focal. First edition's got the gradient, but she also had blonde hair at that time. Ah, being blonde may have also necessitated it quite a bit. Hello, why are you doing math sort functions in my chat? What are you doing there? Are you extracting data from my live stream? I don't think it's returning anything to you. I don't think we're getting any prime numbers. Nice try. So it always comes back. Okay, so I do think the shift away from blonde is a good move. The brown undertone just makes you more unique. We don't see quite as many brunette VTubers as many of us would wish. Bubble sort, let's go. Is that what's happening? They're trying to bubble sort my YouTube chat? Why are they bubble sorting my YouTube chat? Not her jurisdiction. Oh, I'm not saying that that person needs nuked. I just think it's goofy what they've done. I'm not bothered. Doing math? Yeah, I don't quite know what is happening there. We'll just question mark it. But anyways, I think that is solving the focal point relatively decently. Let me see if there is anything I've missed though. And I will take a sippy of my hot chalky in the meantime also. More auburn, more than brunette. She has an accurate hair color to me. Oh, see, that's cute though. I also like it when people have a reference to themselves in their VTuber models, because that does also help us to be more unique as well. I love so much when people put like the moles they have on their VTuber, or like if they have a tattoo, they put it on their VTuber. While I guess on one hand that may not be great for privacy reasons, it's such a like nice little way to make a design that much more unique and that much more specific to you. I'm here for it. Speaking of, wait, hang on, I have an insane story to tell you from my weekend. I will take a sip of my hot chocolate, I will grade, and then I'll tell you something insane. It's so crazy, Dio. I had to be the one to be like, hey, family, you're being a little bit more normal about this than I would appreciate. Use my actual eye color? Yeah! That's why I want Squiiji to have brown eyes. No VTubers really have brown eyes. There's so incredibly few VTubers with brown eyes. I want to have brown eyes, even if they're just optically mixing to brown. My eyes are red and blue and yellow, but they do optically mix to brown. Tried brown eyes, wouldn't work as a focal point. Yeah, I will say, considering you have brown everywhere else in the design, it wouldn't quite be as focal, unfortunately. But sometimes, you know, we can only do so much. Soup-colored eyes. That's true. We are making stew in my eyeballs, I guess. Sort of hazel. Yeah, I think the hazel works. I think the hazel works. Alright, color palette. No notes. It's great. I'm a big fan. You've got good clarity. Your colors have a good unity across all of them. The proportioning of the colors is well handled. Other than moving a couple little things around for focal point reasons, no notes. The colors are lovely. Very well handled. For silhouette, honestly, it's fine. I could be really nitpicky and say, oh, like, do taper the tail a little bit more. Do add a little bit more around the head. Make the sleeves have a little bit more width to them. But overwhelmingly, I think I can identify you pretty dang well. Pretty dang easily. So I'll put it there. You were also worried about it, so I'm sure that means we can still make it stronger. But you're well in the right direction here. Complexity versus clarity. I didn't even say anything about level of detail. Your level of detail is totally fine. You have realistic construction lines for all the clothing, and that adds some subtle detail that grounds it very well. And what I'm talking about is, do you see the seam lines in the shirt? Do you see the construction seam lines in the vest? You've got some subtle pattern work that isn't overdone, but has been being used to clarify the edges of the chaps. It's being used to be a callback to the green. It's nice. All the details serve a function. They serve a purpose. It's great. Good work. No trouble. For focal point, unfortunately, it is the chest, so I do have to put it here. But, you know, adding a little bit more detail and a little bit more of those reds around the head, and then also that classic multiply gradient from the bottom of the design up, seems to mostly solve that pretty effectively, so it's not too much work to do to modify it. And then for concept and motifs, I see the cowboy fashion angle, I see the hort angle, although we just have to tweak the ear shape maybe just a little bit, and the tail tapering just a little bit. But you're well on the right path here. If anything, I could say maybe, you know, as a ranch hand, what other things would you be using to take care of the ranch? Like, should you have more, like, rags on you for cleaning? Should you have... I don't know what other things. Like, the things I'm thinking of are mostly props or accessories, where, like, you know, the classic farmer's pitchfork for cleaning up the hay, or anything like that. But there could be other things you could do to clarify that you are not cowboy and are instead a ranch hand. But we're already pretty well in the right department, and I do assume that it may be pretty similar, the way that a cowboy is dressed versus a ranch hand. Yeah, trowel. Yeah, trowel. Horseshoes. I mean, you do have horseshoes probably in the bottom of the actual shoes, but a horseshoe could be good to have on you, maybe. Or, like, the spikes that are used for it. The lasso is here, but the lasso is behind the hair right now. So the lasso may benefit from being on this side of the body, then. For clarity's sake, maybe. But yes, there is a lasso already. Maybe I'll just draw that over there as a note. And then, like, we could maybe see it, like, peeking out here. From behind this, whatchamacallit, side bag. A tool the arms are called for placing the shoes. Oh, hoof pick? A hoof pick could be good, also. A truck accessory would be funny, just toggle a whole truck. I want to see a VTuber who has a toggle that puts them in an actual truck that can rotate a little bit. I feel like that'd be so funny. Be so intense. No horse tranquilizer. That's too sad of an object to visibly be carrying on you. I think that would be actively disturbing to see, unfortunately. Don't do that. But yeah, maybe moving that to the other side of the body so the braid isn't covering it. Hey, no glue sticks. No. Keep that just to our Uma talk for Uma Musume. Do not inflict psychic damage on Fia, please. Please. But I would say there's some little things we can do just to clarify that you're not a cowboy, but honestly, it's not a lot. You don't need a ton. Do we do Gamba? Oh, we did not. We can do Gamba. I totally forgot. Whoopsie. But also, were it not for the fact, this is why I was trying to search if there were other horses or other things I could thematically lump you in with. I was going to put you on a thumbnail, but I was like, you're not pink. There's not enough people in the plant folder. There's only 2 horses. But you would have gone in the fridge anyway. I'm partial to your color palette, and I'm also in a horse mood these days. We've been horsing around lately. So I do give you a go on fridge. Need to see a ranch worker in a truck with the driving in my car right after a beer audio. Oh, man. Gamba, my favorite. Can we remember the Uma stream? Yeah, we'll equip all of our Umas for the Uma stream on Thursday. But let's see, we've got some math here. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 out of 10? That's pretty dang good. Good work. And honestly, all the stuff that needs modification is very nitpicky things. If you were to start VTubing or debut with this design the way that it was, you would be A-okay. Don't even worry about it, but I can see the level of skill you have. Therefore, I can make the educated guess that you can take it. You can take the critique. You can make it even stronger. I know you can. Oh, we're stuck in an ad break right now, but we can do a round of applause anyway. I'm sure people will figure out what's going on. But good work, Fia! Thank you for skipping the line. Also, thank you for investing all of that time into hanging out in the shroom state with us. Thank you for your patience in getting your design critiqued as well. Brown's a shade of orange. Orange is made with partially red. Light shade of red is also known as pink. Thus, this is a pink horse. You're so right, and I'm so glad that we have you here for Nilo logic. You're right. This is a pink design. You heard it here. Let me also partake in my bingo. Free space. I would say this design does plushify easily. Your hair color is very natural. You do have kind of a paragraph of explanation, although it is bullet points, so I don't know if I'd qualify that. I did add a gradient to the bottom. Or technically, this is kind of a complementary palette. Not really, though. Not quite. It's split complementary, maybe more so. Green and orange instead of green and red, so I don't know if I'll count that. Heart motif, no. I did use a multiply layer. Good shape language. Okay, that didn't really check many boxes, which is okay. Let me set up our prediction.
All horse girls are part of the Pink Pony Club.
You're so right, Gary. Wait, that makes sense. Yeah, you are a part of the Pink Pony Club. Congrats, Fia. You are an honorary pink. Can I say I have big shoes? I think you can. I think you have larger than average shoe happening right now. We could make your shoes even bigger if you really wanna, but you do have larger than average shoes. Also, just as like an added note, I sure hope that this... How many hands tall are you? Please tell your people your height in hands like they measure horses. But please tell me that you're like 8 feet tall or something. I think Uma Musume are cowards. Hishi Akabono only being like, she's like 5'10" or something. And they call her like the giant. And they make a whole deal about how massive she is. Cowards. Cowards. Give me like a 7 foot tall girl, please. Give her like, make her like 6'3". She's shorter than Shroomates. I think she's shorter than a couple of us. Not me. I think most of the Umas are taller than me. I am definitely on the lower end of Uma height. But I think they're cowards. Shorter than you. Yeah. Cowards. Make the Umas taller. Make Umas that are taller. Once they have Michelle My Baby, and there's a couple other ones that I think are over 6 feet tall, but come on. Make them taller. 5'5". How tall is I don't know how tall Nisha No Flower is. We can talk about that on Thursday. She was thought at least 6 feet tall? No, she's not. Hishi Akabono is below 6 feet tall, I believe. Build a horse that says happiness is 16 hands? Whoa, I can't read the rest of that, huh? What? Can't confirm. People think any woman taller than 5'7" is OMG so tall. That's why I'm bugged by it. I have met, my aunt was 6'3". That's my standard for tall woman is like 6'3". So I think Ryuku is qualifying as tall. My aunt qualifies as tall. Hishi Akabono is not tall enough to qualify. Sure, she is tall, and definitely is tall compared to me, but not tall enough. Make her taller. Commit. Commit. Google it, it's real. I believe you, but in the say-so shroom state, we don't need that here. Anyways, I have just like a note. I don't know what made me think about this when I was looking at things earlier. I have a note just to tell you. This is a free space for all of you who have the EG gets incredibly off topic. I don't know what made me think of this also, but last weekend I went camping with my family. Went and stayed in a cabin a couple hours away so we could go hiking and have fun and go outside. I wasn't allowed to hike. I was made to stay at home. My mother stayed with me and hung out. We went on a nice walk, but I wasn't allowed to hike because of my heart, and I was really sad about it. And Jubby was also really sad. Jubby was gonna stay home with me, but my mom was like, no, you go with them. Go with them. I will stay home with EG. Go with, please. And we were like, oh, okay. So Jubby did go. Turns out there was a reason Jubby was asked to go. So, on this trip, I appreciate your poor EGs, don't worry, I'm okay. I was a little bit out of shape about it that day, I was a little sad. I didn't like really being left out from that, but as unfortunate as it sounds, this is not my first time around the block in that front. It's okay, it's for my health, it has to happen. Taking care of yourself isn't always the most fun thing to do, alas. But my sister on this trip took her boyfriend who she's been dating since August. This was our second time meeting him, which to me was already kind of crazy that he was coming with us on like a vacation. They've only been together for like a couple months, so I was like, interesting, wild. My first impression of this man was also maybe not fantastic, but Jubby was like, come on, like there was a misunderstanding, it'll be okay, give him another chance. I was like, okay, you're right, sure. For context, the first conversation I had with this boy was him making a joke about my cat dying. But it was because he saw a different cat, not my cat who is sadly in the end of his life. He saw a different one of my cats sleeping in a weird position, and he and Jubby thought that the cat were like joking. They were like, wow, he really sleeps like he's dead, essentially. He did not understand that my other cat is like towards the end of his life, but that was just a bad, like, comical level of miscommunication. However, oh my god, went on this trip, with this boy, and he's a little odd. He's hard to talk to because he, like, won't answer questions about himself. He'll redirect so that you answer the question instead of him answering the question, which is kind of odd, already. Just a little strange. And he did spend, like, a third of the trip acting like he's miserable. Because I guess it is kind of odd for the fact that, like, my sister's a sorority girl. My sister is a partier, and she loves the city. She loves shopping. She loves, like, doing that kind of stuff. But the fact that she likes hiking and likes camping does come as a shock, I guess, to most people in her life. And she was the one who suggested we go on this trip. So he was kind of, like, miserable. He was definitely a city boy. He'd never been hiking before in his life. But he's, like, an athlete, so we figured he'd be fine. Apparently he was totally miserable on the hike, and my sister had highly requested Jubby come on the hike so that she wouldn't be, to make sure the hike was more enjoyable. And then she called me yesterday after I got home and was like, hey, just wanted to talk to you. I think I might be breaking up with him tomorrow, but I just wanted to talk to you about, like, how you felt about him. And I was like, oh, girl, oh, okay, interesting. This may happen. I was like, I'd understand, because, like, the fact that he is not putting an effort into, trying to enjoy her hobbies, rude. Because also, let me tell you, despite the fact that she's my baby sister, this boy is my age. He's the same age as me. No excuse. You're old enough that you should have that figured out. So, yeah, I am spilling the tea right now. But she was like, yeah, she's like, on the drive home, she's like, I didn't know that we'd have to leave so early, because he had to go to something, and she's like, he told me that night before, so, like, my sister had to leave our family vacation, like, 4 or 5 hours early, which was very sad. She was not happy about that. And then on the car ride home, they were talking, just, like, having a conversation, and this guy was like, oh, you know, one of my friends is getting married, so, like, we're doing something, like, to celebrate next week and stuff. So my sister, just, like, you know, having conversation, is like, oh, what do you think about, the, like, fiance, the wife, or will-be wife? And he was like, you know, well, she's a ginger. I don't know. And Heather was like, what do you mean? What do you mean she's a ginger? Like, what is that tone about? He's like, well, you know, when they have kids, their kids might end up as gingers. And my sister is still like, huh? What do you mean? Ginger's a cute hair color. Ow, that's what made me think of it, is because Fia said something about being ginger/Auburn. My sister was like, what do you mean? Ginger's a cute hair color. Like, she's like, it's not that common, so like people really like that. They think it's really pretty. And he was like, you know, well, it's not really setting their kids up for success. The direct quote, the words he said were, you know, he should be thinking more about his bloodline. What? What do you mean, thinking more about his bloodline? What? And my sister was completely taken aback. She was like, what are you talking about? What do you mean? What do you mean bloodline? It's like, you know, you should be, you know, when you're planning to have kids with somebody, you should be making sure that, like, you know, your bloodline stays strong, that you are having strong genetics. My sister's like, what the I'm not gonna curse. What the hell are you talking about? Insanity. In that conversation, also, sorry I'm so close to you, but this is just like a horrifying string of events. He continues to elaborate, not realizing my sister is totally put off by everything he said. He's like, you know, so like, you know, when I met your family, my dad wanted to know how tall your dad is. I was like, your family wanted to know how tall my dad is? And he was like, yeah, he's like, you know, you don't really have to worry about it. He's not that tall, but I don't have to worry about it. It's okay. I'm not worried about you. Huh? How are you going to insult my father's height? My dad is not the tallest guy ever. My dad's like 5'10". But like, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Insanity. That is so weird. I was like, girl, the only people who care about bloodlines like that are like white supremacists and like neo-Nazis and people like that. Eugenicists. Run. I was like, no. Nope. And she was like, okay. She was like, yeah. She's like, I talked to a couple of my friends about it and they weren't nearly as weirded out by it as you were. She's like, they just still said it was weird. I was like, no. Nope. Bad. Get out of there. So she did text me like 5 minutes before stream started and she was like, I broke up with him. Yeah. Thank God. Like, what the hell? Best friend should get checked on too. I will say, unfortunately, I say unfortunately, a lot of my sister's friends are incredibly moderate, and incredibly moderate in the way where they are too tolerant of people who are in any way an extreme. So I'm glad she listened to me on that one. This isn't red flags, these are blood red flags, yeah. Centrists, yeah, exactly. But yeah, she dodged a whole truck. God. It's like, oh my God. Jubby was in the shower and came out of the shower while I was on the phone with her with this, and like, Jubby is not trying to butt in the conversation, but Jubby's face the entire time hearing her was like... It's like, incredibly disturbing. So we were like, well, we're glad he outed himself as a weirdo early on. And I'm proud of her too, because she did express to me in that conversation, she's like, oh, well, he makes like $300,000 a year. She's like, so like if I stayed with him, I would never have to worry for anything. Like, he's the kind of person where like she probably wouldn't even have to work, but she's like, you know, I like my job. And I would like to have somebody who can be like my best friend and who I can trust and who is normal. And I was like, I'm so proud of you. I am so proud of you. They're only dating for like 3 months. Like close to 4 maybe. Insanity. Anyways, tick off the box in your bingo for EG gets extremely off concept or off topic. So strange. Eugenics, xenophobia, yeah. Peculiar.
Heyo, it's me, Gary O.
Hi, Gary O.
Anyway, am doing this thingo, where every bit ends with O. Ineos, may I get you to signal this thingo? Also my mouth will be every timeo every time I eat the concrete O. Okay, bio.
Bio. Key jangle's engaged. Gary's kind of engaged in the key jingle. Hey, Gary. I'm not going to sign anything for you, no matter how cute you are saying, oh, at the end of all your sentences. It is really cute, but sadly I can't. I cannot do that. But thank you anyways for trying. It was very endearing. Thank you for the bit, Selma, also. Wouldn't be able to keep a straight face if I heard that. I'm so glad we weren't on FaceTime because she would have seen me going through the 10 stages of grief. There's not 10. How many stages of grief are there? 5? I probably went through 10 stages of grief, however. I did all of them twice. Yeah, jingle. Jingle, jingle, keys. Also, Gamba. There's 10 now. Yeah, I've invented a couple extra stages just for this. I am the protective older sibling in this circumstance. As many as you want. I don't want that many, but I didn't require that many. Gamba. So, gambling today. I think the number of designs I get through is kind of too predictable. It's usually either 5 or 6. Kind of only usually have 2 options, despite the fact they let you vote between 5. So, in the effort of that, today am going to have you gamba over something that is less easy to predict. We're gonna gamba over whether or not I'll win bingo. I have won, granted, in the last, 2 months, I think I've won bingo, 3 times. I've been doing really well for myself in bingo these days. I got double bingo a couple weeks ago. So I could get bingo, but you don't know. I've also I went 6 months without getting a bingo once though. So this is truly gamba with odds that you cannot predict. So that's what our gamba is today. Will you go insane? Is that what your prediction is? I'm not gonna go insane. My sanity is okay. Don't worry. Will EG win bingo? Yeah. Nah. I should put a question mark at the end of that. I'm a good role model. Oh, I think I just moved something in my overlay. Whoops. Oh, I moved my redeems and my alerts, which are already not in the right location. Which I don't know how that happened. Poll. Let me get YouTube's poll set up. Yeah. Nah. Bam. Bada bing, bada boom. There you go. Probably not. Hey, why are you doubters? Don't doubt on me. Don't doubt me. I'm gonna win. I'm gonna win bingo today. I swear to you, I'm gonna win. I can see the future. I think I'll win. Choose to save and not gamba. Fair, but consider this. Your savings could get bigger if you do gamba. This is advice that I do not give you for how to live your life, but only advice I give you for how to spend your spores. And finally, gamba in peace. Yeah, Fia, you've been relieved from your savings. Now you can just do whatever you want with your cash, your shroomy, spory cash. Double bingo and not even playing at a casino? Yeah, I didn't really get anything for the fact that I got 2 bingos. Which is kind of heartbreaking. But I did get to have the shroommates all clap for me, which was nice. So, this is a design we've actually kind of talked about before. This is Dearest Danny. He, him at Dearest Danny. We kind of redesigned this before, but Danny didn't get a grade. So I want to give Danny a grade. We'll pull up in our redesign at some point, because I think that's going to relate to some of the things we'll be critiquing. So we may not have a lot of edits to make based on that. So, Danny is a Hime Gyaru influencer with a dark side. Before becoming popular on social media, he'd become obsessed with a local band in his town, specifically one of the members, Z. This led to forming a parasocial relationship with the member, and he goes on to stalk him using his social media as a way to document his behavior subtly. So this is, as a concept, a Gyarus stalker. Yeah. Oh, wait, hang on. Suspicions are closed for Gamba? What happened? Hang on, wait. Can we... How do we... hang on. That's not good. Can I refund it? That's not right. If I delete it, that refunds it, I think. Yeah, delete return points. We'll try again. Don't know what happened there. Gyaru Femboy Stalker's a wild concept, but it's a creative concept, is it not? I've never seen one quite like it. Huh? Wait, can you look at what I just typed? What? Why did the letters go out of order completely? What happened? What? Wait, what is going on? Amber, help! I can't type prediction. What is happening? My cursor is automatically, it's spelled backwards. My cursor is moving one to the left for some reason after every single letter I type. What is happening? Help! I can't do it. What's wrong? Talk me through it. How do I do it? If any of the mods, if you do /prediction, it should give you the window to do it. You have to hit enter twice, I think, to make it show up. You just send it as a command in the chat, and then it'll bring up the window where you can do the prediction. What is happening? Even if you just type the word prediction for me, I could set it up also. I don't know what's happening. I don't know why that's occurring. I like that prediction spelled backwards is kind of the word notice derp. No refund option. Don't worry. I already refunded the first failed one. That's already kind of a second failed one. Whoopsie. Yeah, this is getting very interesting. Oh, look, somebody got it. Hell yeah. That seems like it worked. Let me see. View all. Let's see. Did it work correctly? Picked a previous one. Oh, but if you picked a previous one, it may have kept the time from the previous one and may not allow it to be enough time for everyone to join? Oh, wait. That's okay. Hang on. Not the previous one is for how many models will crit. That's fine. We can just go with that today since it's not working for me. That's okay. Turns out you guys did predict how many models will critique today anyways. It's okay. Wait. No, you don't have to. It's okay. We can just go with it. Don't worry. What was the intention? The intention was to have a prediction, which we're good. It's fine. We were gonna predict if I'd win bingo or not, but that's okay. If it's easier just to pick that one, we can leave it like that. I can make us do it next week when hopefully my keyboard isn't doing strange nonsense. No, don't cry! It's okay! Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Do not. You're not allowed. You're not permitted. Amber, you're doing your best and I'm not worried about it. Don't worry. Getting interesting. Hey, it's always interesting around here. Let me find... Man, I actually don't even know where I would have saved the design from when we edited it before. Do it properly, it's no big deal. Oh, it's up to you. If you want to do it, you can refund the fellows who are doing it right now, potentially, and redo it if you want to. But you do not have to. I am okay either way. It's not that big of a deal to me. I'm trying to locate where I had saved my edits for this. Is it in my stream prep folder? No, not there. Do I have a redesign folder? Oh, I do! Hang on. Yeah! Here it is! So we did a decent amount of redesigning for this fella. But just like a sketch over happening. Because we wanted to increase the stalker elements. We thought that the stalker element was not clear enough, as was. Potentially. Stalkers often have a mugshot. That's true also. So the things that we had critiqued before about this design, I do think was that we were saying that we could increase the subtle creepiness factor where we can have eyes in the flowers of a dress that was being worn. We could exaggerate the ribbon to be even bigger. We were making the clothes a little bit dirty or like subtly damaged to show that they are maybe like climbing through bushes and not taking care of themselves or taking care of himself as he is doing his stalking behavior to make it clear that it's not as healthy. With respect to set a healthy concept to go with. This is fiction. I don't think this person is actually a stalker. I think he is just exploring something that can be interesting as a character to play. I would wonder how much kayfabe is going on here, but I would say this isn't really all that different than people playing a Menhera character. This is something you can use to make others aware of the negative effects of parasocialism and stuff like that, potentially. So it can be used to a beneficial effect and is sort of like a warning. But thankfully, it is fiction. I don't think that just playing a character that is this way is necessarily something that's encouraging that in others. You know what I mean? A million times better than Grifter. Maybe. If I don't have the trail their target, maybe. So things that we've suggested in order to make the stalking angle more apparent included an ankle monitor, having some toggles to like hold the phone, that way we can see that you're like filming someone. We'd suggested like a voodoo doll with the idol's face as like a picture that's taped onto it. some like browning or tearing at the bottom of the trim of the clothing, Decora style accessories maybe, but I don't know if we realized that this fellow was more Gyaru than Decora, but Gyarus still love having those super decorated nails anyway. We're increasing some asymmetry, because this is pretty symmetrical also, and I think we were just making the hair silhouette a little bit stronger, and we increased the Gyaru styling of the eye shape too at one point as well. More details in the clothing. Yeah, RPing can be fun, only bad when it starts bleeding into more personal issues, then it becomes an issue. Yeah. I think it's gonna all depend on how he is handling this character, but I'd imagine it's probably fine. I imagine it's probably okay. Technically, playing an evil demon who eats people is probably comparable in terms of level of not good. Like, we should not be doing cannibalism, we should not be murdering people. That, I guess, is a little more distance from reality. Rex, I'm not even calling you out. Are you eating people? I didn't know you were eating people. But, yeah, that's a little more distance from reality maybe, so people may accept it more easily, but I would say this is probably okay still to play as a character, as long as it is clear that this is a character and it is not a reflection of who this person actually is. So it's sort of like a voodoo doll keychain maybe. Yeah, we had suggested like just a doll hanging off of the side of the body. We were suggesting more variety and motif also, where we have hearts throughout, but also adding eyeballs for like a subtle creepy little feature. More asymmetry, but yeah, so we had already more or less critiqued this design in advance. We didn't really talk much about color palette, I don't think, but we talked through a lot of the concept angle as to how we could strengthen this design, because I do think the Gyaru fashion comes through relatively decently from the picks for the clothing elements. I do think that I would like a little more exaggeration for Gyaru, and I might like to exaggerate the makeup a little bit more for the Gyaru angle to be stronger, but the stalker angle could definitely be played up even more, but you don't have to do it as obviously as maybe this is. You could still have some subtle hints to it. Technically a J fashion, not even technically, Gyaru is J fashion, so yes, it is J fashion, which I do have on mine. We do have a heart motif, which I get to check down also, yippee. I don't think I actually get any other... Oh, it's monochromatic for the color palette mostly, other than the hair color. Close enough to Lolita for bingo. I don't know. I think it's, yeah, as Ruku's saying, more Hime Gyaru. More Hime Gyaru. Let me looking at real stalker mugshots, trying to get ideas. Having a stalker mugshot as a profile picture would probably be fantastic for theming. Absolutely not Lolita. Okay, bet, not Lolita. I would say it is much more Gyaru. The shapes aren't quite right for Lolita, if I'm relying on previous knowledge to say why I think that is. How about a visible phone with a tracking app open for some more modern methods? Yeah, we were talking about having like a phone with, like you could have the flip phone because those are sort of popular still in J fashion, but a phone with like little decor accessories on it and like a long keychain or something. A taser. Oh my god, these were pretty intense. Little tiny like cutesy binoculars, handcuffs. Oh my god. Yeah, spy cameras for hacking. Yeah. Accessories could be good. I still think the ankle monitor is one of the funniest things, but like most effective accessories for this also. But right off the bat, let me move this so that it's not taking as much as the screen here. Right off the bat, I would say that for concept, we can definitely strengthen it. We had a lot of angles as to how we could make the concept stronger, which this person is already aware of, probably. So, we can critique the other elements now, afterwards. Ankle monitor with keychain decorations is amazing. Yeah, I think we put, like, ruffles on it as if he had decided to wear, like, a leg band or something under it to make it fashionable. And then also if you're an influencer or something, you don't ever have to show your legs, potentially. Hime Gyaro takes more after 90s Barbie princess. Hime Lolita leans more Rococo. Ah! Okay, I see. So, the brighter pink, the color palette, is especially effective for Hime Gyaru, then. Is that what you're saying, potentially? I will say, once again, I am so happy to see brown hair, brown-eyed VTubers, because, in this case, the head is pretty focal, because the outfit is so monochromatic pink that it's really helping me to look at the head much faster. The super glossy, high contrast rendering of the hair is also bringing me up to this area of the head. I do wonder if there may be something we could do to make the eyes even more focal, and I do think that increasing the makeup, also maybe pushing the Gyaru eye shape a little bit more, where even if your eyes are not as, what is the word I want, like downturned at the outside corner, you could have it so that, you know, Gyaru makeup styles do tend to accentuate the shape of the eye by extending the lower lid a good bit, where they draw it over top, and they do have much more exaggerated eyelashes. I think we made the eyes maybe a little bit glossier and darker, perhaps, and those could be other ways we could draw more attention to the face. Here's a question. For Hime Gyaru, do they not go as intense with the makeup? I see that there is the, like, light-colored sort of like eyeliner or makeup under the eyes, and then the classic highlight on the nose bridge, but is Hime Gyaru maybe more not simplified, more subdued? Depends on the person. Okay. If that's the case, then I do feel like we could definitely exaggerate this more than... Don't worry, I'm gonna blend it out. It's not gonna be this extreme. Like that. So then that's really bright from a distance. Could reshape the eyelashes so we have more of that brightness under the eyes. And then, let me see if I just hit the eyes with a multiply layer of brown, if I can just push them a bit darker. Nope, that's not a drawing implement. Try again. Where's my pen tool? There we go. Yeah. And I'll erase back out the highlights just so that they can stand out and make sure that you're not too creepy in the eyeball area. But otherwise, I'm not too bugged by the color palette. I'm not always personally a fan of monochromatic designs, but for this instance, the monochromatic color palette helps to make it feel like the design is less overwhelming. There's a lot more detail here than we may see often in designs where it's working efficiently or effectively, but I would say the level of detail here is fine just because the contrast isn't incredibly high. Really memorable concept, but be careful of the type of parasocial audience they might attract. That's also true, but I would imagine that with their concept being that the character is parasocial, I think they will serve a potentially effective warning to their viewers about the pitfalls of parasociality. Potentially. Maybe I'm not completely right about that, but I would imagine that, especially if they are not glamorizing it, they would not attract that kind of audience. He wouldn't. But there we go. Darker eyes. See how much more focal they are now? For as much as they feel just a little less soulful, they're a little more soulless, I do think that that does add just the subtle, creepy stalker element in as well. Plus, I'm also a fan of big, beautiful brown, dark brown eyes, too. I think that that does help with the focal point for the face, too. More contrast in the makeup, more contrast in the eyes. Yeah. Specific characters are really common in a very specific BL genre. It's not a really healthy one. This is a weird thing to say, but I guess, but I did have a friend tell me at length the plot of a BL once upon a time, where one of the characters in it, I think, was an adult entertainer or something, and therefore, like, he was transitioning out of that to be, like, a model or something, and got some really parasocial fans who turned into stalkers, and I think they tried to stab the boyfriend or something. So I believe you, Ryuku. Funny enough, I've actually heard, something similar. Link? I don't have any idea what it's called. I can ask him for the link, but I shouldn't be sharing BL in the Shroom State. That's not really appropriate for us, probably. Remember a plot like that? Not everyone outing themselves as, I mean, I say this like it's a bad thing. You can read whatever you want in your free time, but people outing themselves as reading BL in their personal time. The way that this is depicted will determine whether or not this is something that is healthy to be doing as a VTuber design. So, for focal point, making the eyes a little bit darker can help. On top of that, I do think that there may not be enough clarity in the hair right now, unfortunately. But I think that we can solve that just by pushing the edge of these curls back further in space. where they're against the head. So like in here, we can push the ponytail back. And then like back here where the ponytail's behind the head, back here. Just so we can see the ring that curls against the face a little bit more clearly. But I do think this is a very effective hairstyle choice for the fashion style. We're going with, let me just blend this out. Honestly, I thought I'd have to turn this down a lot more, but I don't know if I will. Just a little bit, maybe. But now, do you see how much more depth we're getting? Left to right here. Yeah. Big literature. Yeah, Shroommates, how dare you be out here supporting big literature? Haven't read it. Some stories are more memorable. Fair. Could help to make the mascara lashes more saturated pink. Maybe, potentially. Beautiful lobsters, that's also true. Could also be beautiful lobsters. This is like, what's his name? The now mayor of New York City who thought MLM stood for... I don't remember what he thought it was. And he didn't say multi-level marketing, because that's what most people think it is. But it's not. That's the men who love men. Anyways. So, more depth in the hair, just because the clarity wasn't fantastic in that area. I think that will also help to make the face more focal as well. Just by adding a little bit more shading in that area. So, let me just, for color. Color's not bugging me. There's good hue shifting happening in the shadows to make it feel nice and truly saturated. There's one little instance of low contrast. I can't give you a perfect score, but not too bad. Oops, I can't really see. Hang on, there we go. Silhouette. Oops, that's Fia. Hang on. Here. So for the silhouette, one of the critiques we had when we did our total redesign was that you should have a little more asymmetry, perhaps. There's just a little bit. You've got your hair on one side of your head. You've got your leg band thingamabob on one side of your leg that's on the same side as your hair is. You have a little more, especially since there's sort of this like hidden chaotic angle to the character. You don't necessarily have to go as overboard as we did here if you're trying to still have this character come across as being, you know, the usual cute, bright, influencer type. But even if it's that the bow is bigger and lopsided, or, you know, scaling up those accessories in the hair so we can see them a little bit more clearly, we can do a little more with your silhouette, I'm sure. So we had some suggestions here for that. But it's not a bad silhouette necessarily. You have some asymmetry. I think we could use a little bit more variety and width in some places, though. For complexity versus clarity, the monochromatic pink and low contrast nature does make it so that the higher level of detail does work quite okay. And especially for the fact that this is a fashion style that we know to be higher in detail, we're more willing to accept a greater amount of detail from it. So that's okay. That is a-okay. That is alright. So I would say the level of detail is appropriate. There are some details that could use to be scaled up, though. I think we drew them bigger here, but your little camera in your hair is so little. It's so itty-bitty, teeny-tiny. Make it bigger. Even make that heart in front of the other ear even bigger. Make your bow on your chest bigger. All these things will help, as far as exaggeration goes, to also make your silhouette stronger, too. I think this might not be the most recent version of the design, either, if I'm remembering. Like, this is what we drew over. Oh yeah, there was a flower that doesn't seem to be here. Hang on, let me hide those. This seems to be a more recent, potentially, version. This might be the live 2D model that's being used that was submitted for this one. So there's a flower in the hair there. I think most of it's pretty similar still, though. But yeah, I would increase the scale of the camera and the... I guess these look like almost like the... What do you call it? Like the chocolate container, the heart that's full of chocolates that you give on Valentine's Day, which is kind of an interesting, subtle, maybe parasocial angle there too, maybe. Trade tail does probably mean live 2D. Yeah, I would think so. There's a couple more things that are helping silhouette here. These little pom-poms hanging off the side of the leg. But yeah, I think some of the details do need scaled up, but it seems like you did scale some of them up a little bit more here. I think this is just this outfit coming over. But that's not really a huge deal. Level of detail seems mostly fine to me. We could have more accessories that convey your concept, though, but we took points off for that there. And then focal point, your head is pretty focal. From the shoulders up tends to be the general vicinity of where we're looking in the design. But we could make the eyes even more focal if we just darkened them, which is sort of minimal. We're already in the right ballpark, but we could be even closer. Once again, I'm being pretty nitpicky here. But your design did go in the fridge because even before we had done your redesign, man, like 9 months ago almost, I think, when we were suggesting just like more total overhauls, your design did stand out to me, and I've remembered it for a long time. And it was only recently that I finally got to pull it for critique today, and I was like, yes, yes, it's time for pink. It's pink time. Looks like those romantic heart pillows. Yeah, it does look like that too. It works quite well as an accessory, I would say. So here, let's do math. 3, 4, 5, 6.5, 7.5 out of 10. Sounds about right to me. Lovely. My 5 got goofy. There we go. I gotta fix. Why am I looking to the side? Hello? Look forward. E.g., why are you doing that? Nope, don't do that. Help, I have tripped. I have fallen and I can't get up. Help! I'm trapped in the corner now. Come here. I'm still rotated. Why am I rotated? Hello? Oh, now I'm not. What happened? That's so weird. I tried all of my fixes and I just had to re-toggle myself into this position. Sorry, I guess I just wanted to look over there for no known reason. Thank you, that also helps. I appreciate it, Sensum. T-pose the EG. You know, that is something that could potentially maybe help also. Potentially, maybe. But yes, very pinkalicious. Can we get a round of applause, please, for dearest Danny? We got a little bit of applause, but I would like a little more. Applause, applause, applause. I'll live for the applause, applause, for the applause, applause. Hang on. I can applause. Wait, no, I can applause with my hands. Stop doing this. EG, why do you keep doing this? Why do you keep trying to applause with emotes? Just go like this. Oh, now I can't. Now I have to applause with emotes. E.g. Gaga, yeah. I'm trapped. Okay, so now I have to use emotes to applause. You've forced my hand. Or you've stopped my hand, actually, more aptly. My hand has been ceased. I've been restrained. I have been pinned here like a sacrifice. I've been crucified. Normally T-posing is meant to be something done to intimidate you, but I do feel like I'm being currently restrained more so than empowered by this position that you've put me in here. Anyways. Thank you, dearest Danny, for submitting. It's lovely. I will move us to the next one. You don't get to look at it. Ha ha, hee hee, ha ha. I'm keeping my secrets from you. Ha ha. This is Anaya, which thank you so much, Anaya, for giving me pronunciation guide because I know for certain I would have accidentally called you Ania and I would have felt so bad. I appreciate every time the roommates give me a pronunciation guide because I'm a teacher and I have the debuff. Oh, Striker, thank you for the little celebration. Thank you for the bits. I appreciate it. EG died for our sins so we could design characters better. You're right. I was crucified. The stigmata marks on my palms are actually like pen ink or something from being stabbed through with pens. I was sacrificed that you may be forgiven for your sins against character design. Favorite design so far, so pretty. Right. So this is Anaya, she, her, at Anaya TV. Hello, I'm a demonic librarian who likes to tease and eat. Would there be anything that you would add or remove from the design? So hang on, I actually have to do something immediately that I hadn't noticed before. Don't look. Don't look, Sherbates! Hang on! Wait! Ah! You cannot have visible booty cheek on, Twitch. Granted, I'm sure your design does not look like this from the front. I just can't have that happening on the screen right now. Close your eyes, Sherbates! Look away! TOS, don't look at me. Also here, technically, you wouldn't be allowed to show this either. As slay as it is, you would need something under it, covering that part of your body, unfortunately. Although, honestly, the amount of time that would be shown on stream, probably not that often. Anyways! Demon! Let me check my bingo. Do I have anything going on here? Do you have pointy ears? I think you do have pointy ears. Bam. Hell yeah. Pointy ears. This is an unnatural hair color if I've ever seen one. That's pink. Not techwear. Skin color is natural. Not a paragraph to explain. Ooh, I did get exceedingly off topic and I did get my points for it earlier. No corsets. Okay. Hell yeah. Is it a corset? I don't think so. I don't think I would qualify this as being a corset. I think this is just a top that is cinched at the waist, potentially. Maybe. Twitch hates carbs, potentially. Love the glasses? Yeah, so, demonic librarian. You are pulling a couple things that make you feel just ever so slightly nun-like, which is very interesting. I know that that is something often done by demons because they are attempting to trick the common people into thinking that they are someone who can be trusted and somebody who is reliable as a source of information. So usually I'd be like, I don't know how I feel about the sexualized nun angle, but it's not that this is aiming for the sexualized nun angle. This is more so aiming for the I am a demon who is here to trick you into trusting me angle. So they're using something that is a hallmark of a type of figurehead who is considered to be more trustworthy, despite the fact that they are sort of subverting that. Corrupted nun. Yeah, or yeah, like mockery of faith, corrupted nun. This is something I'm more willing to accept, potentially. Is there like cutouts in the fit? Oh, there are some cutouts in the clothing also, yes. So, I do see the corruption of the religious angle happening. Does work. I see that. However, librarian. So you have glasses, which is one of those things we tend to suggest to make someone seem librarian-esque, and you have repeated the cross motif in the shape of the glasses, which I am a big fan of. I love me some shaped glasses that are high in their saturation. It is also doing something nice to make me want to look at your face a little bit more too, but I'm not really getting librarian from looking at you, unfortunately. What does a librarian look like? What things can we add to a design to make someone feel more like a librarian? First thought. First thought, not always best thought, but first thought can be a useful thought. Glasses chains. If you had... Ooh, is this even visible at all? Not really. Make my brush a little bigger. But if you had some sort of glasses chain, you have a little accessory dangling on this side, but if you had a glasses chain that we could see wrapping around your shoulders, let me outline it in black so we can see it against your hair a little better. Nope, I said black as the color, please. There we go. That may help us to be a little quicker to determine that. And I also wonder if one of those classic fantasy book holsters may benefit you. Sometimes I think they're sort of silly when they're incorporated in designs because belts on designs that are otherwise a little bit more demure can feel a little bit out of place, but here you could just like strap it to your leg in a way that feels kind of saucy. And it would feel like it makes sense because you already have elements that are similar. We don't have to do it as a belt, maybe. We could repeat the shape of your cuff or repeat the shape of... Oh wait, you do have a belt. But yeah, the hair's a bit more tidy. I think of librarians as sticklers for following the rules. See, that is sort of tough because we are somewhere between librarian following rules, but also demon, who is going to be a little bit more chaotic though. Yeah, thigh belt with a book holder is what I was thinking. Unfortunately, that's not something in the upper body, because that is where we'd be looking the most at a design on stream, but book holster and thigh. Where's librarian? I can help? Hey, Angel Kitty, what things would you suggest to make her appear more clearly to be a librarian? I'm gonna start with the book thing, the book holster situation. I'm gonna repeat this belt down here on her thigh. I can put like the ring on it too. We could do the classic thigh squish situation that VTubers love to incorporate in designs too. We could exaggerate that for this also. So then it's still an accessory that's gonna feel properly appealing. Put it that way. Could it go? Would say half moon glasses are quintessentially librarian and having cross glasses is way more nun. I know! Not even half moon glasses, but you know the narrow square glasses also, which I think is what these are supposed to be a play on. That would feel more nun-like also, but unfortunately, I love these glasses. They're so clever in their shape and they're so specific that I almost don't want to suggest they be changed, which is not helpful. I need to be open to change in this, but like, oh, but it's so good. Oh, I lament having someone remove something that's a strongly designed shape. Man. You basically wear whatever. We don't have a super strict rules, and then being okay to wear around children Flats are a must. Also say wearing something that covers your knees is important. Oh yeah, because you're going to kneel down a lot to put books on lower shelves, potentially. So yeah, we've got knees covered by socks, although something more padded could be good, maybe. Any objects librarians commonly have? I see a suggestion of including the Dewey Decimal System somewhere. Is the Dewey Decimal System still the prevailing method of sorting books? I know that there's a lot of thoughts about the Dewey Decimal System that people can have from place to place. I have a friend who does library science as a degree right now, and apparently people are not a fan of it. The Dewey Decimal System. That's what I mean by it. But that's the we can't Dewey. People freaking out about it. We wear lanyards at my job to show we are staff. Ah, so something to identify that we are, your staff could be good. Sorry, I'm just drawing really quickly a repeat of this. So that way I can attach a book onto here. But yeah, something to be like a lanyard might be good. Oh, how are you? Wonder if there's a possibility for me to inquire on the consultation I made for my significant other. Asking about this made it saying that yes, he didn't have a deadline when to put then, wanted to have it done way before the first third of the new year. Now you said you schedule them around 1 to 2 months out. We're just wondering and wanted to ask since Amber said I could try. Yeah, you're always welcome to ask me questions. I am switching the way I'm going to be scheduling consultations starting immediately following immediately following Thanksgiving to be potentially a system where everyone can schedule themselves. Because the way that I'm currently trying to schedule everyone is incredibly inefficient. There end up being a lot of gaps in time where I could have scheduled someone just because people don't respond as quickly as would be helpful. So I am currently building a way for people to pick their own slots. And as soon as that releases, it will be free for all. It would be, in fact, free for all for everybody, perhaps, which might be nice and good and helpful. So then at that point, you could schedule to make sure you are making it in before that time. And I'd imagine that there are enough slots between now and first quarter of New Year, which I think is what you said, or first third, that we could get you in. Could help free scheduler for you. Yeah, I was working on something that may work. I just need people to not be scheduling themselves before, they're allowed to, is the only thing. Could try when to meet. Yeah, I have a couple things that I've pulled up as options for it. I will keep you posted, but I think I can get you in time for that. In time for that time period. Theoretically, hopefully. Return stamps. Oh, a light, the like, what do you call it? The slip that you put the punch card in for when the book has been returned and checked out might be interesting to put on here also. Yeah. For Demon Librarian, I hate to say it, but I feel like leaning into the sexy librarian trope may be required. I mean, I feel like we are already leaning a little bit in that direction. Maybe, yes, given the current presentation. I do agree that that may be required. Let me build my goofy book holster situation just real quick. Here's the book. Trust me, it's a book. I'm not gonna like super render a really beautiful, lovely book, but this is a book. Believe me. Trust me. You just gotta believe me. Look, book. Hang on, if I go like this. Take a look in a book, reading Rainbow. Sadly none need like cardigans and stuff, bookmarks. Potentially, let me grab the gold just so I can like have this book look like it's like bound and being held by something. Bam, and then this connects onto here or something, and then there's other things, and then we can see this coming out from behind to connect somewhere else. But yeah, book on a belt chain situation maybe, and then like, you know, this is like belted around the leg to here at the knee or something. Don't know. Design yourself a neat accessory that can hold a book maybe. Yeah. Look at Lisa from Genshin if she's any good things. Okay, let me know if you find anything. Is a ruler a teacher thing or librarians too? I don't know what a librarian would particularly use a ruler for. Although I don't know. Are the glasses on a chain? I have added a chain to the glasses potentially. I do think the idea of having a name tag would also benefit making it clear that this person is in a position of authority also. We could stylize the, like, I'm making like a little clip to hold the name tag on right now that looks like a cross, but then you could have your little name tag on here. Oh, I should just put the outline on it. That outline hack is so good. I love the outline effect in Clip Studio Paint. It is my favorite. Bam, look at that. Look, there's an outline now. This is so great. And then you could have like, oh, here's details on it. And here is a little picture of me that is on it. And you get your hair on your hood for your picture. There's your photo and then your details on it. There's your little thing. Here's the library information, some like QR code or something. Bam. To clarify, you're doing something. Yeah, Clip Studio Paint. Angel's giving you ideas. Hang on. Teachers, we use guillotines and stamps mainly. What do you mean a guillotine? Stamps. I know the stamp thing you mean, because that's for like the punch cards. Or the punch cards. The cards that say when something was checked out or put back in. You know, a guillotine. Hi, Al. You know, a guillotine. Librarians are well known for using guillotines. You guys were really popular during the French Revolution, I'd imagine. Oh, a paper cutter. Oh, guillotine style paper cutters, because they're the ones that have like the really big arc blade on them. Didn't use them that often, but I did use them periodically. Ah, I see, periodically. I feel like there's a pun in there somewhere. I see. The guillotine cutters are the better ones. My brain did not go to that very quickly. Honestly, I was thinking of the funny kind of stamp where you have to... It's got the little, like, frame you can line it up using and then push down. Yeah, guillotine. People who don't pay their late fees. Pay your late fees. Or you'll have to face the guillotine. You could probably maim somebody pretty bad with those paper cutters also, depending on whether or not you're respecting the safety features or not. For the Dewey Decimal System, it'd be fun to have the section of demonic stuff. Is there a particular section in the Dewey Decimal System that denotes that it is stuff about maybe like the occult or something? Don't know. Sure, you did not intend a pun, but I'm not clever enough to come up with them. Al, you can't be so down on yourself. Come on. You said periodic, and my brain immediately went to Kevin. I was like, oh, periodic table. But then I was like, that doesn't relate to libraries, unfortunately. Having a feather calligraphy pen, maybe, but I don't know if that would help clarify between writer versus librarian. MDS 133.4 for occult stuff. Ooh, yeah, periods like in writing also? Yeah. Hey. Straight edge, okay. Cardigan is a must. Okay, maybe we could do like an off-the-shoulder cardigan where it's like hanging around the wrists. Don't ever become 3D if I put this on you, though. Isn't Romano design really, but a quiet please tattoo? Oh my god, that'd be so funny. A quiet please tattoo. This is a slightly saucy thing to suggest, but like, I don't know if you do this. If you are a VTuber who is going to be commissioning spicy art of yourself or something like that, or if you're going to be streaming on the site that is another color than the red and purple colors, a tramp stamp that says quiet please would be so funny. The implications are crazy. I might just write that down, but yeah. Fashion items we get about librarians. Cardigans, glasses with chains, circular glasses, stamp and card. Okay, so it does seem pretty consistent that we may need to go for a cardigan or something. So, tramp stamp idea. I feel like that's gotta be cool though, wouldn't it? I feel like that'd be kind of good. Quiet please on our tongue would be good, but that'd be so small. I feel like in art, you'd really have to showcase that. Meanwhile, if it's on a tramp stamp, like we can see we're already doing a pose from an angle where it would work well. Anyways, yeah, you can put it on our shoulders too, rather, if you don't want to put it there. But, anyways. Thigh. I guess if you want to put it on the front, you could, but I don't want to clutter this area up anymore than we already have, potentially. So, cardigan. What color would I make a cardigan in this circumstance? The body being mostly monochromatically like gray and black, I think does work pretty well right now. And the sleeves are so good for silhouette, I don't want to cover them, but if I were to say like, here is like an off-the-shoulder cardigan that is being worn, and we can see it's sort of like draping down behind the body. And like maybe you can take the cardigan off if you're not at work for your leisure outfit. This would probably be behind this particular ruffle, though. Hang on. Ooh, perspective. Overlap. Yeah. Just believe me when I tell you that this is a cardigan. You just have to have faith and trust and probably pixie dust. There we go. Topic of tattoos. A stamp tattoo could be cool somewhere. That's also true. Black with pink accents. Yeah, we could do pink accents or like gold accents maybe. Pink of the underskirt to bring some lightness. If we added a lot of this pink, it would make this too focal, unfortunately. But here, like this part of the cardigan could be like bunched up around the arm here, and then it's hanging down. You can see it behind the body. We could make it like one of those really like fluffy cardigans too. You know, the ones where they use the really fuzzy types of yarn? Do you know what I'm talking about? Right? Maybe? Or like it's one of those really like thick knit ones where they have like the cable style happening a little bit. Maybe you want to put it down, maybe. So then it'll feel like it sort of aesthetically fits with the exaggeration going on elsewhere here. Question mark, maybe? Snakes? Yes, there are snakes in her hair also. There's a little bit of a Medusa vibe happening as well. So as far as motifs go here, we do have snakes as a motif. We have crosses as a motif, and we have hearts as a motif. So we've got a couple motifs, which is a good thing to have on hand. I don't know why I'm filling this in with the smallest brush known to mankind. I could make this easier on myself, but why would I do that? Cardigan. Don't know if it reads super clearly, but just the way I've drawn it in, but it could be an idea. What about the likes to eat concept? Likes to tease and eat. Those are personality angles. I think the tease is coming from the clothing design. Eat. Interesting. Don't know. We have hard focus librarian, but that's because that's one of the two primary concept ideas. These are sort of like secondary. Add a greed symbol maybe. Can I ask about VTuber things? What kind of VTuber things, potentially? Could work on her shoulders. Cheeto dust on the fingers. Sin of greed. Is there a symbol for the sin of greed? Symbol for greed. Well, man. These are just generic symbols. I was hoping there may be like a biblical... Give me a biblical symbol for greed, please. I don't just want an eyeball with something in it. It appears that this may be a symbol for greed. This. There's a bunch of churches that have posted this as a symbol representing greed. Google says, Mammon? Pot of grief. Just put the pot of greed in here, make a Yu-Gi-Oh reference real quick. Cool as heck. Yeah, this could be good if we're going to reference greed in here as enjoying and partaking in the foods, mayhaps. Yeah, it seems pretty consistently like this may be what that symbol refers to as one of the 7 deadly sins. So I can maybe stick that in there. I wonder if this is like supposed to be 3 coins or something. Pupil shape could be that. Yeah, that could be an interesting idea. I do worry that the eyes might be too small for that to really shine the way it could. But like, I did design like a little thing to hold the name tag. The name tag holder, there we go, could instead be something shaped like that, where you have like the 3 dots. Definitely draw it better than I am, but just as like an area where it could be placed so that it's holding something. You already have a couple little things that could have, there's circles that could have those dots contained within them already. 2, maybe. Or you could just place a cross or 2. But yeah, the eyes could be another good location. Glasses could have a toggle between this and the sin of greed shape. I think that if they were shaped like the sin of greed, they'd just be a circle. Or they could have lumps in them, I guess. Put the symbol on the book cover. That's true. Is this on the same layer as the book is? It is, okay. There you go, and then you fit like the bigger circle around it and stuff. But yeah, distributing the symbol of greed could be good as well, potentially. Like apps? VTuber apps? Sure, maybe you can ask me about that. I'm 3D, so my knowledge with VTuber apps is mostly in the 3D zone. Instead of gluttony is usually more to do with food than green is. Oh, wait, hang on, you're right. Should we have used gluttony instead of greed? I forget that gluttony's one of them. Because sometimes they end up being sort of like conflated. Gluttony. Oh, gluttony is an interesting symbol too. Hang on, let me copy this image in. You're right, thank you for reminding me. This is the symbol for gluttony, which almost to me looks like teeth and a mouth, but it kind of looks like a mushroom too. Possible idea if the coif, the white under the black veil, was more ruffled to have the shape of an open book. Ah, so it felt more page-like. That could be interesting. Eating noodles. Yeah, it does look like a mouth eating noodles, but it also looks like a mushroom, which is funny. I need an VTuber app on iPhone lets me do tracking. Ah, if you're trying to do it for 3D, iFacial mocap is the way to go. That's what I use, and that's what I suggest. Why do all these look so awesome? I know! The symbols go hard. And I can see symbolically why they represent certain things, where sloth, it's resting on the bottom. It's not supporting itself in the middle. For lust, like these are two shapes that are sort of entangled with each other. What is this, pride? This is putting yourself at the top of the pyramid. Like, there's a lot of things going on here. Anger, this is really sharp. Like, I can see where some of the symbology is coming from in the designs of these. Will it put less strain on CPU? Yeah, if you're tracking with your phone as opposed to tracking with a computer, that will always put less strain on your computer, thankfully. Because it's taking, it's doing the processing for your PC, thankfully. Came up with gluttony because conflict of interest. What do you mean conflict of interest? What does that mean? But instead of where we had drawn those greed symbols, you could use the gluttony symbol instead. That could work well. That'd also make a nice, like, real big, like, back piece tattoo, maybe, also. If you had, like, the circle. Draw. And then get, like, that. Oh, my brush is so big, which is really not helpful. Back tattoo. It goes like this, and then it has, like, these, and then it's slurp noodle. Cool back tattoo. She could be a glue eater, eating the paste they used to stick books together. No! No. I can't subject anyone else being a glue eater. That's something that only I and my team have to suffer with. So, anyways, as we've kind of come to the conclusion of demon angle, very clear. Motif work, mostly pretty nicely done. However, we could convey the librarian angle much more. And also, we could convey the gluttony, the enjoying food angle a little bit more as well. So, for that reason, I'm going to put it here. For color palette, I do think the color palette is effective the way that it is right now. The design is abundantly just black, but this black color does have a nice warm undertone in it, which makes it mesh nicely with the pinks throughout. You do have both gold and silver, or gold and white, in the design as metals, potentially, and then you have a lighter form of that black, which I guess technically is a gray, but it's kind of purple, in the crown on your head. I've added it in the cardigan, but you had it at least appearing somewhere before. You've got more than one saturation of pink, which is well distributed throughout the design. You sort of are that black, white, a color, a metal situation that we've talked about before. What do we call that? I can't remember already. It was Friday we were talking about it, wasn't it? Or was it Thursday? Bwackum, yeah. Hi, Remedy. Yeah, Bwackum returns. A little bit of Bwackum happening, but the proportioning here is not causing me to be bugged by it, where I may typically be, just because the design is almost like 90% black in color. So the color and white not being the most predominant part of the color hierarchy makes it work better for me. As far as clarity goes, I can more or less determine the edges of most of the areas of the design without any trouble, so I'm not too bothered by it. Though, so for that reason, I think color could get full points. For silhouette, we didn't really do much about silhouette here. Hang on, I keep clicking the wrong fellas. I need to close you guys. So I stopped clicking the wrong guys. Bye, Via! Bye, Danny. There we go. So, for silhouette, your accessories on your head are working fantastically for silhouette. Your big exaggerated horns, your crown. Your skirt is cute because it's short. It's sitting at a different height than a lot of other skirts may sit at, so that adds a little bit of uniqueness. Your puffed sleeves are good. The texture is also nice of the quilting. It makes your clothing feel nice and regal. It makes it feel really fancy. So, I would say that those things work. I do think we could exaggerate more elements for your silhouette. Oh yeah, your tail is good for silhouette too, but adding a really shrugged off the shoulder cardigan could increase your silhouette. Adding some more asymmetry through some sort of book holster could also be beneficial for your silhouette too, but honestly, it's not too bad. Spiky ankles are decent. You could do the cloven hoof hack that I tend to tell many people who have something demon-like or horse-like going on in their design. Which it seems like that's already what you're going for, but that just adds a little bit of flavor to your silhouette as well, maybe. But the silhouette isn't bad. I'd like maybe just a little more asymmetry from it, but it's not too bad. Put it like there, maybe. For complexity versus clarity, let me come back here. Oh, and the snakes are also helping your silhouette as well. So for complexity versus clarity, I think the level of detail was okay the way it was. I think some of the things I've added are pushing it maybe a little bit too far. So you may have to remove some things if you're going to add the details that I have suggested, potentially, just so it's not too overwhelming. But I don't think the level of detail that we see here is bad. I think some of the chains are kind of small from a distance. They could use to be just a little bit chunkier so we can read them a little bit more clearly. They could also use maybe a little more specificity. This is sort of the, hang on, where's my mouse? Stock standard, quintessential, round chain. What if your chains were shaped like little hearts? What if your chains had different patterns in the way that they're linking? And by that I mean, you know, your chains are all... Come to a layer that has an outline on it. Your chains are all this. Nope. Draw it correctly. There we go. You could instead design your chains to be like this, or like this, or any number of other way. You could even have them be like cross-like, where you have like a long link, and then you have a wide link, and then you have a long link, and then you have a wide link or something. More creativity in the way that we're designing chains is always good. And decide whether she wants to be a nun or a librarian, because they're mutually exclusive. Hey, she's the librarian in the convent. Maybe. Have you used a color layer yet? Might have bingo if you do. I did use a color layer. Or wait, no. I didn't. I used a color layer and then got rid of it because it didn't work, so I don't think that counts, unfortunately. But more specificity in some of the details would be nice. But otherwise, you know, you've got little cross cutouts in your lace, which is nice. You've got the snake motif, which is repeating in the quilting of your clothing. Details are well handled. Focal point. This is this will be an interesting one. Hang on. Let me remove all the things that I have added, and it may be hard just because there's so much going on in the background here, but bear with me. What is... hang on, I need that one. Okay, sorry. What is the focal point for you, Shrewmates? Let me close my eyes and open them just real quick to see where I'm looking. I think right now the background is making the hair less focal because the background is so similar in color to her hair. I think we're being done a disservice by the background right now, unfortunately. The black is really striking, yes, but I think that's also partially because the background is just so light. Let me see if I can just really quickly push this to more of a mid-tone. Let's see, if I refer to all layers and then make a new layer and go like this, and then I'm gonna make this like multiply. Oh man, this is gonna be difficult to do. But just because her hair doesn't have something to silhouette against very clearly. Oh man, this might take a second. Hang on, bear with me. Ah! Because do you see how now that I'm doing this, it is making her head pop a lot more against a darker background? You know what I mean? Maybe, potentially, do you believe me? Do you believe me yet? Hang on. Fill these in. There we go. See what I mean? Now the pink is coming through much more, and because there's a lot more of it around her face, the contrast of the hair silhouetting, or not silhouetting, framing her face does help a lot. I think the background is just doing a disservice, unfortunately. Shifting my focus, yeah, so this does shift the focus to the glasses a decent bit, to the face. And with a chunkier chain, don't merge your words, Edie. Chunkier chain, that has more specificity in the way it's drawn, this heart on the forehead could also be really focal too. So I do think the focal point is actually working kind of okay. There may be a lot of detail and a lot of contrast in the torso region, but honestly, it's not so bad. It's not as bad as it seems. Texture in the bodice, but I do drift up to the glasses. Okay, so maybe my thought here is that the only thing I would say is if we made the pink of her glasses stronger, that could really, really drive home the face as the focal point. Like, that's hard to look away from now. It doesn't have to be quite that bright. Now we're creating this sort of nice triangle between her forehead accessory and the glasses. Honestly, I could even pull it back a little bit more too. It doesn't have to be anywhere near that extreme. But now, we're much more likely to look at face. So, for that reason, I might put it here because there are some elements in the body that are pretty distracting. But it's a pretty quick, easy fix, and half the fix is just have a darker background. Yeah, a little bit Van Helsing-y. Look at their Twitch. Is this an old submission? Because their concept is now an aspiring mangaka who's cursed to be a demon by her aunt. But you help her find the cure. Oh, has she changed her concept? She was still using similar art on her Twitter, so I didn't think that it was changed, but it may have. Whoopsie. Whoa. Model and Twitch is different. Ooh. Frax, you said you were going to be doing research today. And here you are doing research anyway. Are you okay to be doing research right now? But I mean, here's the thing. Either way, technically, the stuff that we are suggesting is things that could still be relevant if she is a demon, potentially. But learning experience. Still, some of these things may still be valid, but man, I'm getting bamboozled still sometimes. On Twitter, it still seemed like it was the same model being used, though. Can't use Twitter. Oh, was that all it was just can't use Twitter? Recursed from Twitter in an effort to lay low due to a shadow ban. Rip. I hate Twitter. I hate that we have to do things like that because of shadow bans. Rude, cruel, unkind, and mean of them. Anyways, though, I did give this design bonus points because I thought you were really slay. Your outfit was cool. The texture work is well done. The incorporation of the motifs are well done. It's great. Recuse? How did I pronounce it? I'm going to recuse. I'm gonna recuse. Use yins. Use peoples. Indeed like that, thanks. Amber, have you considered being a linguistics major? You do get to optimize my pronunciation often. Jay Tavion, thank you for following. I appreciate it. Can I sign up to have my model critiqued? Yeah, if you do exclamation point critique. Bam! That should give you the form where you can sign up if you would like. Done linguistics, it's fun. I have a writing degree. Ah! You've already considered it, I see. It shows you're doing a good job. Oh, an ad? Oh no! Hopefully they can see that, despite there maybe being an ad occurring. Anyways, numbers 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9? Is that right? 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah! 9 out of 10! Good work! Oh wait, I turned your notes off. Let me turn back on all of my miscellaneous edits I had made. Beautiful. Where is this multiply layer? It should probably go lower in the stack. But you know what I didn't do? I graded her. I don't know if I did this for anyone. Ladder test! Whoops! Man, I need to have like an alarm or something for the ladder test. I don't remember what the grade was. I've said too much since. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 out of 10. Okay, there we go. 9 out of 10. Enjoy, forget to do ladder for bingo, I guess. But I will actually do the ladder now. Oh, that's really small. Hang on. Can I have a little bit bigger of a line? Perfect. There we go. We'll pretend that you're standing straight, and I'm going to go based on your back leg. So I'd imagine this would be like up here. You didn't have anything in that region here, though, but you have something there, and you have something there, and you have your skirt, and you have your belt, and the belt again, and then the cross has a line, and then the top of that has a line, top of this has a line, whoops, hang on. Bottom of that has a line, probably the top of your shoulders, the bottom of your chin, the bottom of your hair pieces in the front, your glasses, your eyes, your bangs, your forehead accessory that's on your hair. Get a couple dividing lines in here. the top of your horns, then the top of your little crown thingamabob. Copy. Create from clipboard. There we go. Bam! Ladder! Is that 2 9s so far? It is! Pink designs have been strong. 9s are hard to get on the new rubric, so good work, fellas. Also, thank you guys for clapping. I should also clap. Dee 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 dee! Ta-da! For my next trick, I'll produce ladders from thin air. Bam! Thank you for throwing them. I do agree. I would say this is probably a pretty dangerous ladder. Good clustering of detail up around the head. Variety of spacing. Some big empty spots that would make it real hard to climb. Some asymmetry. Deece, yeah, OSHA would like to have a word with you after class. Maybe. And the word they're going to have with you is that they're going to say, don't do that, but I'm going to grab you immediately when they're done and say, yeah, yeah. And I'm going to be giving you thumbs up the whole time they're talking to you. It works for me. Detention. No, I wouldn't give detention. Horse plus pink. Oh, that's true. Fia was the other one, but we did rule that Fia was technically pink, right? Second pink demon. Potentially, if we get there, if we have enough time. So, thank you, Anaya. Let me save this so I can save my computer some space. Bam. Final thumbnail fella. Yeah, Pink Pony Club. Strength. Let's see, did I miss anything? Has anyone had a hoge? People who are doing bingo, did I forget that somebody had a hoge? Did I miss that? Was there a hoge? I don't remember. I don't think Fia had one, and that last one didn't have one either. I don't think we had that. Man! I don't know if I'm gonna get bingo. Anyways, this is Bunny. They/them. This is this person's OC. I don't think this is their persona, but this is their OC that they have submitted us. They are a bunny who loves cute things, but other than that, I feel like I struggle to come up with a unique concept for them that actually sticks. Keep switching between the concepts like Digital Bunny who lives in the internet, Baker Bunny who loves sweets, Cupid Bunny that delivers love letters, etc. And I feel like because of that, I can't make their design as strong as I could since they're sort of stuck in a neutral state. If that makes sense. Any advice is super appreciated. So, I would say that potentially you are feeling accurately that adding one of those occupations would do a lot to help guide you in a direction as far as designing this goes. The love is delivered through the cupcakes they bake themselves. See, that'd be a clever way of combining them. Because I would agree that the clothing right now doesn't really have much in the way of consistent motif throughout, other than the fact that we've got rabbit aspects as a callback in the foot. So, having something else that could be a consistent motif throughout the design would be good, and any of those occupations would afford us that opportunity, maybe. Bunny of bunny.com feels persona-ific. Personific, maybe. However, when I looked at their Twitter, it does seem like they have a green-haired aquatic creature that is what they have in their banner, and also what they have as their profile picture. So, I will not claim to know. Combine the internet and love letter as well, like delivering loving comments and emails. Yeah, curious indeed. Toe beans on the shoes? Yeah! There are sort of like a toe bean separation line for the shoes too, which is cute. I do think the bell is rather interesting, because we don't tend to associate a bell collar with a rabbit. Bunnies don't have toe beans. Oh! Do they really not? I feel like that's not true. Are you sure? Are you sure? Can I look at the bottom of a rabbit's foot? Oh my god, wait, I think you're right. I don't think they do. Oh, I hate the Google for rabbit's foot is not having them attached. God, that's not what I wanted to see right now. Thank you, though. Soft, fluffy bottoms of feet. They don't. Oh, no, but it's cute. Oh, apparently they do have them. It's just the fur covers them all the way, it seems like. Because I'm seeing, there's some ones where it's like, this is like a shaved foot, and you can see it, but unclear. Hang on, get rid of this. I don't need an internet article about rabbit toes. Potential live suggestions, that's cute. Incredibly fuzzy toes. Gotta shave them to be seen. Okay, so for belief reasons, we can assume that it may be okay to have those. Oh yeah, but they are super, super fluffy. And probably completely covered under a lot of circumstances. So maybe fluffy fur and fuzz could be a good idea for this design. Whoops, hang on, spoiler. And that could be something that would help the design to stand out a little bit more too. Hang on. Moobot, why'd you bonk someone? Can we jostle Moobot, please? I see a little bit of jostling. We could jostle more. They'd go all in on the digital concept due to the .com in the name. I would also agree with that. Boots with the fur, with the fur. The whole club was looking at them. They hit the floor, next thing you know. So, okay, digital aspect. We could go for a combo. We could digital aspect that you are the personification of the kind comments delivered onto others, or like friendly little emails and things like that. I lied, they have no beans at all? Really? My Google search is showing me that some of them do have beans when they're shaved. Is it maybe not in every single one of them? They have all the beans? What is the truth? What is the truth? What is true? I think they're just too fuzzy. If they don't, toe bean is cute. Yeah, but I will say the toe bean thing, if rabbits don't have toe beans, plus the bell collar, does get a little bit confusing as far as what animal it is. So, first things first, I'm not real, I'm not the realist, but anyways, if we're gonna lean into the digital concept, which I think you should, I think that you could, honestly, just re-stylize some of the accessories if you want to keep them. You might not even need to change them, because if you say, okay, suddenly, this is a pixel art star. Watch me attempt to draw pixel art of a star. Anyways, pixel art, that's not a star. How do you... Actually, I'm gonna cheat. Pixel art star. I'm grabbing one from Google. Yeah, these are great. Let me grab this. Bam. Copy image. Don't do this, draw it yourself. It's just gonna be quicker for me to do it this way, as an example. Bam. Bam. And then use that instead, and suddenly we're getting more digital. We're stylizing our accessories. Bam! Look at that! Beautiful! And then I could select this and make it the correct pastel color. Anyway, bam, beautiful. And then, oh! Horrible selection. We'll just do it that way. The stars make it soft and fluffy. That's true. Very cute, very weird. Incredibly cute. This is very cute. Just saying, also harmless, but people put collars in their bunnies sometimes, and with toe beans they do have toes, but not the beans. Put like clover in the bottom to show instead, because rabbits' feet are considered lucky. Potentially. Hang on, let me just modify this and put these here, because I do think that if we add a couple little pixel art accessories, that can help clarify the digital angle very quickly and efficiently. Where we would, in fact, make them the correct color, but we can leave them like that. .com tattoo or hairpin besides their bunny ears, a reference to their name, potentially. They could have a little name tag on also, like, you know how when you are in a forum or in my chat room or in a comments section, you have your little like profile picture next to your name? You could have directly on the design, like what if you have your little name tag that is here and you have your little details about yourself right next to it. And then here's your, like, whatever your icon is, and then you could have something around it that is containing it that makes it clear that this is a name tag, because I don't know why I didn't draw that first. Why did I not draw that first? Classic EG maneuvering. Grab this. Give me a line art. Yeah, look at that! Beautiful! Perfect! Oh, wait, did I do this on top of the other one? Wait, redo, just put it below. Solved. There we go. Huge brain. But like a name tag of some sort that, yeah, like watermark. Oh, also, are their nails painted to make that color stand a bit more from the skin tone? Could. Hang on, let me finish making sense of this name tag, because right now it's kind of shaped terribly. This is 2 for 2 that I've put on name tag on back to back now, but I'm just thinking about digital elements that could be cute. Internet speed is very fast because they're a rabbit. Ah, very good. Yeah, today's name tag day. Everybody gets named. Mouse cursor, hair clip, true. There's a lot of little elements that could be added that could be good digital references. Are their nails painted? Their nails are painted blue, but you're right that they could be darker so we could see them a little better. So we may switch them out for this color. me just come down here. There you go. Darker painted nails so we can see him from a distance. Let me see. What if instead of being, you know, we've got the more traditional, like, cat bell. If we want to wear a bell, what if instead of having the cat bell, you had, like, a notification bell, like you're used to seeing on a website, also. That might be kind of funny. Might be kind of goofy. Might be too goofy, but it could just be an interesting reference, you know? Cursor Summer, yeah. Is it the third one? How far in are we? This is the fourth. Put the air tag on them. I guess you could. I don't know how much I'd suggest referencing real-life products owned by Apple, because I don't know how interested in going after people Apple may be. Big subscribe button / joking. You don't have to be joking, though. We could put, like, a follow button on them somewhere. Where, like, you know, we're talking about buttons. What if they have little, like, pins, buttons on their clothing, but it is the buttons? No, yes, it was meant to be funny. I see. Paperclip with a love letter attached and accessory, since the file attachment emote uses a paperclip. Yes! Exactly! This is what I'm talking about. So hang on, let me figure out. So, like, buttons, for, like, a follow button or something. You could have, like, okay, here's your follow button, which, what does the follow button tend to look like if it doesn't have the word follow on it? Does it usually just say follow? I feel like on TikTok it doesn't say something. But you could have, like, alright, well, here's our heart button. And then you can have another button that's like, here's where we make sure you hit the bell for the notifications. You could just switch this out to be that bell, but here's, like, a bell. That's not a bell. Try again, EG. A bell! Right? A plus icon. Plus icon! You're right! Plus icon! I do like my goofy idea of making, the bell that's here look like the notification bell that apps use instead, although I will need an outline on that. Let me get one of those in here. Stat! We need an outline pronto! We're in an outline emergency because I can't see this at all because of pastels. Oh, there we go. Bucket. Oh no! I drew it right on top of that! Oh, God. What was I thinking? Hang on. Try again. Move that down lower. Do I already have a layer where I've done this? Yeah, use this layer. Draw a bell, maybe with this color. Is it this layer or this layer? Bell! You know? Follow on Twitch is a heart, not sure about other platforms. Okay, so I did put a heart there anyway. Tumblr vibes for some reason. What their follow button? Tumblr just says follow. Twitter I think also just says follow. But I think that's good. Almost 30k followers on Instagram. Okay, so maybe if they crafted it to be more similar to the Instagram UI elements, that would be nice. But, like, we're getting a couple more little digital components. So silly already. Love the eyes. The eyes are very cute. Mouse cursor hair clip. Yeah, I think a mouse cursor could show up somewhere maybe. Or I think we saw somebody who had, like, stacked... I don't know if actually, never mind. I don't actually know if we saw this, but I may have suggested this, where you could have, like, stacked hair clips that are the X, the minimize, and the, like, full screen icons also in the hair for just some asymmetry on one side. We grab white. Doing this all with a really big brush, which isn't really helpful, but, like, yeah, there's the minimize, and then full screen. You could have your mouse cursor somewhere in your hair too, maybe. But I think what we're ending up doing is pushing you a little bit more decora in your style, because you already have a lot of little stickers on your legs and stuff like that. So increasing the details. Ooh, actually, this kind of works from a distance. May also help. Follow icons, little person icon with a plus. Yeah, but tailor your icons to, I guess if Instagram's your primary location, tailor them to that. You could stylize all your accessories to be pixel art if you really want to really push the angle of the digital stuff. I do want to incorporate, somebody said the, like, love note or, like, folder. You could have, like, clipped on somewhere. I'm just gonna clip it to your pants right now, but, like, here's a folder that could have the love note in it, and then we can put a paper clip over it to make it reminiscent of the digital file. paperclip like this color or something. Paperclips look like this, right? Do we understand what that is? And then you can have your note like peeking out from behind it or something. You can have more hearts throughout the design if we're trying to make this feel like it's reminiscent of love more so. Little mailbag might be cute. Oh, wait, you're so right. A mailbag would probably be even better. And then you could stick these like they're sort of showing out of it. Hang on, how would I design a mailbag? Mailbag. Like a one shoulder bag. Oh, that's the edge of the canvas. That doesn't help. Mailbag. And then you can have like the back of it be like open so that we can see inside of it. And then you have your little folders sticking up in here. We can see that they have their little paper clips on them or something. Or you can see your little love letters sticking out of here that have like hearts and other cute little things on them. You're so right. There's so many creative things we could do because you do have some good concept angles here. We just have to figure out how we want to incorporate them into the design. If this was a side bag, it'd probably be way longer, but you get what I'm going for here, theoretically, hopefully, maybe. You could even design your own, like, little letter icon, or you could use the icon that is used for, like, chats and stuff, where you could have, like, a button on here that looks like the symbol used for chatting on whatever may have you site. There we go. Here's a button. And then we can use the white to be like, alright, I don't know, they do like the bubble for speech or something. So that's a little clue also, potentially, maybe. Maybe that could be shaped like a letter itself. True, also, right now I have the lid of it open, but if it was closed, it could be shaped like a letter. Heart in the middle of the bow, that could also be cute. And you grab the pink, and put that. Where do I have a layer where I've got outlines? Is this layer of outlines? It does, okay. Heart here, but yeah. You could totally combine some of your elements to make this character feel much more specific. But already, the colors work pretty nicely. I'm not really having much trouble with clarity. You're sitting, so your silhouette's a little hard to determine right now, but your ears are really big and exaggerated, and your one big hair out here is quite nice also. Your little pigtails, those are all good for silhouette. Maybe I would suggest, since your jacket is falling off your shoulders, going for a classic baggier sleeve look. That'll feel nice and cozy also. And that would also probably potentially benefit your silhouette also. If you were not in this seated pose, you could even make this like really big and overlap your hand a lot more, which can emphasize the fact that you're just a little rabbit, mayhaps. Be sealed in the bunny.com as a billing service for apps and companies. Ah, that would be interesting. That's interesting that already exists as a concept, maybe. No bag, website registration. Wait, hang on. Loading bar of a file upload? Maybe the socks could have the stripes more like the... Oh, like the loading bar. Ah, I see what you mean. Where, like, instead of being like this, you could have, like, little, like, chunks taken out of them. Where they become the loading bar like that. Maybe? Accountant bunny. I would trust a rabbit to do my taxes, I think. Maybe. Potentially. I could be swayed. But, generally, I think there's a lot of things that are working well here. And just with a couple little accessories, we've created we've created a stronger identity for this for this character. So, already I can say, color palette works pretty much okay for me the way that it is now. Not really any critique to have about it. The nails are a little bit light, but that's so minimal. The silhouette, I do think you could use a little more exaggeration, and you could use a little more asymmetry, but honestly, none of it's that extreme. We're adding just little things, potentially. Little spinning thing the cursor turns into is called a throbber. What a word. What a thing to call it. But you could have that. That'd be a cute toggle to have in your eyes or something for when you're thinking. That could be very cute. Can't choose. Literally switching between the concepts like a classic magical girl could be cute, just be 3 times more design work. That's also true. You can be just like the bakery, hang on. The bakery fella who then turns into like baker. I am a baker by day. And then by night, I am the magical they them of delivering kind comments. Yeah, this isn't technically a VTuber. I think it's a Sona. for the artist, but I don't know if it's their main Sona either at this point as well. Could add the load spinny whenever the model loses the tracking. Ah, see, that's a good idea too. But complexity versus clarity. I think we were lacking in level of detail, which is one of the reasons why you're feeling like the design is missing something, on top of the fact that I do think you need to add a concept. One of those concepts. You had some good ideas for concepts that can combine into a very interesting direction that can make you very unique, but you need to pick them. Right now, the design, unfortunately, is kind of generic for the fact that there's not really a repeating motif other than the rabbit one. So I might put it here. You need to pick one. And you don't even have to do that much to incorporate it, but incorporate it nevertheless. Need a non-binary word for magical girl? Magus. Magical fighter used recently. I guess you could use magical fighter. As an envy myself, I feel like that lacks whimsy though. I'll think about it. I feel like we need something that has a similar whimsy, because you're not like a magical woman, which makes it sound professional. You're a magical girl, which makes it sound cute. And like magical boy also opposed to magical man. Like magical person, not great. Magical fighter also sounds really professional. We need whimsy. We need some whimsy. Magical creature, magical mortal. Are they mortal if they're magical? I guess they're not immortal, which is the opposite. I don't know. A lot of artists call their Sona VTuber despite never making a video or streaming content. Interesting. That is an intriguing thing happening in the field. Magical defender. See, that's still pretty, like, strict and serious. Magical rascal. I kind of like magical rascal, but that kind of has a negative connotation. Magical envy. I guess magical envy could work, maybe. That still sounds kind of cute. Potentially. Maybe. Magical vessel. Vessel! Rascal does have a good, energy to it. Magical critter. I don't think that necessarily we have to make a non-binary magical person non-human also, because that is like one of the weird things is that in media, if a character is meant to be non-binary representation, often they're like a robot or something that's not human already. So I do kind of want to keep it human for that reason, maybe. Magical person is so stiff. Magical fella. I do like fella as a gender neutral term, but I know that not everyone takes it that way. Jubby's students, who are all girls, get really bent out of shape when Jubby calls them fellas. I think fellas is gender neutral these days. At least for me it is when I use it, but it's very funny that they don't like it. Magical pal. There's some good options. I do like magical rascal and magical envy though. I feel like those are good contenders. All my fellas. Yeah, see, all my fellas refers to everyone. We're all fellas in our hearts. Use lad as natural. It's funny. Magical lad, I guess, but I feel like lad may be also more difficult. Fellas is just fellow people. Yeah, I know. Fellas is just fellow people, but for some reason it took on a masculine connotation at some point. I don't know. Call everyone bro regardless. I know, I use the word guys quite often, and that's become gender neutral, except, you know, the origin of the word guy referring to man usually. Lad feels masculine because you also have lass. Yeah, it's difficult. We're having some good conversations here about gendering terms. Jubby recently is on a kick where they want to be a firefighter, and people keep talking to Jubby and calling them like a fireman, and Jubby's like, I would not be a fireman. I would be a firefighter. I'm gonna fight the fire, and the fire's gonna lose by my hands. And I think it's so funny. Consider terms gender neutral to a dangerous degree. Dude, gender neutral. Girly pop, also gender neutral. Girly pop's a state of mind. You know, I, as a non-binary person, if somebody calls me dude or girly pop, that doesn't bug me. If I get Yas queened, that usually doesn't bug me either. We were doing like Yas Your Majesty, or Yas Majesty or something, because it was funny, but that kind of stuff doesn't bug me usually. They're about vibes more. Oh, voice crack. They're more about vibe than they are about gender. Girl, queen, gender neutral nowadays? Yeah, I would say so. Magical fighter. Fireman. Fire as a term, cool. And man in general. But, like, Jubby does not, identify as man. Jubby is also non-binary, despite also using he sometimes. Girly pop for everyone's just whimsical and sassy. Yeah, it's got whimsy. I prioritize whimsy in titles, if you haven't noticed. So, hang on. I have to remove everything we did because I forgot that we do need to just look at the focal point. Which I think reasonably may be the face. Does anyone agree with me? The brown of the eyes, to me, ends up drawing me in because it's darker and it's a different undertone than any of the other elements are currently. And right now, all of the dark blue is centered in this region. It's in the neck and it's in the eyelashes. So I would say that the face is pretty focal. Eyes draw me in? Okay. I see. I agree. Could be strengthened a bit though. Yeah, I think the things that we were editing to add to the design did strengthen it some. Wow, my layer order here is really peculiar. But adding all of this detail around the face on top of the head does also strengthen the focal point for me, especially since we're pushing a lot more detail into the upper half of the body. The eyes could be a stronger color. I guess they could, but at the same time, this is quite pastel and I wouldn't want to increase the contrast too much. And the color undertone, once again, as I've said, brown eyes are nice. They're not as common in VTubing or in Sonas, I feel like. Because everyone wants to go for the crazy colors that we can't have in real life. So, I mean, maybe if we had more detail in the eyes, you could have, like, brighter colors somewhere in them, just for contrast. We're like, okay, there's this, like, star in here. This could be brighter. And then, you know, you have the light blue elements, but are they as bright? They could be a little bit brighter, I guess. The pinks could be a brighter pink instead of a darker pink. And then that could help bring us into the eye a little bit more too, potentially. I think that's helping also a little bit. Yeah, I would say so. More contrast. Yeah, Magical Star Grasp. I thought you were saying Magical Star Sign and I got really excited. Do any of you know what Magical Star Sign is? Other than because I've spoken about it. Do any of you know what it is just on your own as a person? Has anyone encountered this before other than me? It can't just be me. I determined this when I posted on Twitter about my favorite games, that there are other people who know what it is. Potentially. Not me. Not you. Dang. Eyes are good, and the eyes are quite cute in their design. I do agree. Magical Star Sign's a really good RPG game that you can play on your DS. Just EG. Man, I will play that game for you as soon as the capture card that was purchased for me by the kindness of Shrewmates has yet not appeared. It has not appeared yet. As soon as it appears, I'm going to force you all to partake in Magical Star Sign. You're going to have to watch me play the game because I need you to understand why I like it so much. It's really cute. The character designs are cute. They're whimsical. The mechanics are fun. I like it. It's cute. Also, they don't force you to limit your team size. It's good. However, I don't have the capture card yet. I don't know where it is. It hasn't arrived. But, anyways, this design. Funny.com. You also went in the fridge because I thought you were very endearing. It was quite endearing. It was very cute. So, points. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.5 out of 10. I would say it's probably fair. Maybe just shrink my brush a little bit more. By deciding on a concept, you're going to get a lot of points back. It's worthwhile to pick one of those concepts. I think you need it significantly. But you have all the makings. By having this be a little bit more simplified, it did allow us a lot of room, a lot of flexibility for us to try things out, which I think it's going to allow you the same. So I'm looking forward to seeing what you do with it, perhaps, maybe. Don't know what Magical Star Sign is, but I'm down for it. I'm supposed to be saying something about astrology or astronomy with it. One of the mechanics is based on the positions of the planets. Your power is stronger or weaker because there is like a Pokemon-esque like type advantage system. But you can also get additional boosts or bonuses or deficits depending on where the planets are and how they're aligned. So you can like plan in advance to make sure you get to an area on time while the planets are aligned nicely. Or during the battle, you can have it be timed so that way the guy you're fighting loses, like ends up slipping into like the worst end of the power structure for them. It's great. It's cool. It's a neat mechanic. It's a little bit stressful, but it's cool. It's fun. Also, daytime and nighttime is important also. It's wild. Anyways, 7 out of of 10. Thank you guys for giving round of applause for Bunny. Your design is very cute and endearing. Thank you for submitting. Mercury and microwave. Maybe don't put mercury in the microwave. I feel like that's a really good way to produce mercury vapor, maybe, which is a thing you really shouldn't have in your house or anywhere near you. That's like grounds for evacuation. Don't do it. Yeah, mercury's bad. Yippee. Okay, next. Let me take a sippy of hot chalky and also eat maybe a little bit of snack. Oh, but you know what'd be smart? And then you guys can ponder the fella while I take my sippy and my snacky. So, we got another rabbit, kind of. This is Kawanachi, she, her, at Kawanachi85. This is a more casual or comfy vibe of clothing, and basically a version of me of what I would like to wear / have. I feel like there is something missing around her thigh area and I need help. So, to me, this sort of appears almost to be a character that is, I would say, a wolf in sheep's clothing, but a wolf in rabbit clothing. You got 2 rabbits in a row. So the ears being hidden by the hat is kind of funny to me. That you do have a hidden nature that is quite opposed to the angle that you want us to perceive about you, which I think is kind of funny. I think it might be interesting if you were to have like a clipped-on tail or something to make it seem like you're really trying to disguise yourself as a rabbit. Yeah, they are wolf-like ears. They're fox ears, but that's similar enough already. Let me drink my beverage, but you guys can start concocting your thoughts, and I'll be ready to read. Oh, Bunny! Oh my gosh, hi! You're in the YouTube chat. Came across your live as you were critiquing my design. Yeah, thank you for stopping by. Thank you also for submitting. You are very cute. We were a fan. Did you find it because you were in the thumbnail, potentially, perhaps? I've heard that's kind of a jump scare for some. Potentially. We did give you a round of applause. I don't know if you saw, but we can clap again real quick as we're starting. I'm drinking hot chalky, but thank you for submitting. Is the stream silent for anyone? I don't think so. It's showing me that I have audio. You guys can hear me. Yeah, it sounds like Twitch can hear me. This is their real live 2D model active on Twitch. Yes, I believe that I was able to check that this is the active model this fella is using. And here I am using fella in a gender-neutral manner, once again. Do you have multiple outfits? I believe it. There we go. Oh, is it not working? It may have been goofy, silly YouTube shenanigans, maybe. Heard? Heard, chef. Hands, chef. It was me, sorry. It's okay. Don't worry about it. It's good that you guys alert me when something may or may not be wrong, instead of me streaming for half an hour in silence and everyone just going, EG wants this. This is definitely what they want. That's exactly how I came across it. Pleasant surprise. Yippee! I'm glad it was a present surprise. Present surprise. Pleasant surprise. I've jump scared people before by doing it, so. But of course, thank you for submitting. Heard a barn owl. In my backyard? In where I am? Or did you hear it where you are? I didn't hear one where I am. I didn't hear. Is the barn owl the who cooks for you? Which one is that? Or is that great horned? I can't remember. We used to have those in my yard when I was a kid. But is the owl near me? I'd imagine it's near you. I don't live somewhere where owls are particularly common. As much as I have woods in my backyard, I live in the middle of a city for all intents and purposes. So I don't think there's an owl hanging out near me. But I may have made a funny noise, so it could have also been me as opposed to my background. Your son was so cute. Yeah! I thought you were talking about me for a second. I was like, oh, thank you, Moss Cake. I appreciate it. Bunnies is also cute, yes. The joke about someone being possessed by an owl. Huh? Are the plumies invading us? What do you mean? I don't think there's any owl possession happening right now, though. Hang on, let me finish my sippy. Delish. Honestly, the mug warmer, I think, is one of the greatest inventions known to humanity right now. Not joking, just confused. That's okay. Who? Who? There's trees and rats, there'll be owls. I've seen owls in the city before. I believe that, because we do definitely have both of those things. I've just never witnessed one myself. Mushroom noise is frequently mistaken for owls. Shrew Mom did send me a link to music being generated by little electric, oh, what do you call them? The little things that detect electricity. Transponder is not the word. Ooh. little like nodes that they had clipped onto a mushroom. They almost look like mini jumper cables. There's a better word for them. I don't know what it is right now. Not a Tesla coil. It's like they've clipped little, not an anode, not a diode. I don't think any of these words are right. My brain's just going, pick a chem word, pick a chem word. I don't think it's chem words. They clip a thing to it. Yeah, they're little alligator clips they clip to it. Electrode. Thank you, Mosscake. I think that's what I wanted. Also, refractive fluff, thank you. But they clip little electrodes to mushrooms, and we're monitoring the electrical impulses traveling around the inside of a mushroom and converting that into music. I was like, that's neat. So that's what my Utao model is. If you hear me singing, it's because they've clipped little alligator clips all over me, like I'm getting an EKG done. And they're just giving you whatever funny little electrical pulses I'm doing, like a little electric eel. Let me eat my snack, hang on. I've been holding it for minutes in a classic eating move. Hello, ad break fellows, you didn't miss anything, I'm just eating. Theoretically hear what the mushroom says? Yeah, the mushrooms do communicate with each other and with the trees, I think. So you could. Oh, thank you, Rex, for redeeming it. I realize I'm chewing aggressively to be goofy, but I feel like you can probably hear it, and that's probably not good, so I'm gonna stop doing that. Oh, no, I can still see the noise showing up. That's awful. Don't worry, I'm stretching. That's what I'm doing, but my hands don't track when I do it. Mushroom's piloting a robot that way too. Quick! Shroommates, get in the robot! Get in the robots, shroommates. In a Shinji-like fashion. Okay, so my first suggestion here to you is the shorts are so cute with their little strawberry detail. Tuck your sweater in on one side or something so that way we can see it. So like if you were to have it so that, you know, get the shorts up here or something. Oh, this is gonna be hard to draw. Hang on, let me figure out how to draw this. So like shorts. And here's like the hem of it. Bam. Gotta cinch your waist properly, and they are kind of like high-waisted shorts too, but you know, like this, and then you could have like this sort of like bunched up on this side, and then it sort of like flows down like this, and we could redraw where the pink is located so we can preserve your rabbit in this area, and then like here's the ear on the side, and here's the ear here, and then here's the eyeballs. Let me fill this all in then. But then we get A, natural asymmetry out of it, and B, we can appreciate the little details that you already designed for this outfit. Bam! And then strawberries. I guess I could have just copied and pasted this back over it, but that's okay. Strawberry. Strawberry. More strawberry. Beautiful. Understood. Yeah, I see you ever. I could have if I was being smart about it. And I guess I still can. I do have that power. Still. Work smarter, not harder is usually something I try and live by, but not always. Oh wait, that's too small. Were these already sized correctly? They may have been. Wow, they're high-waisted. Oh, they were sized correctly already. Okay, hang on. And then let me erase out probably like here, and then from like here down would probably go bye-bye. But there we go, see? Honestly, maybe a little more. Yeah, like this. Bam. That's much better for mock-up. But then, yeah, asymmetry, and we keep some cute little details. It's good. This might need to be extended, though, just because it's sort of sitting weirdly right now. I created a tangent accidentally. What can you do? There we go. And then back here, like, we could still see the sleeve in that area. Nice. Okay. So, I do enjoy the wolf and sheep's clothing. Wolf and rabbit's clothing. Rather, potentially, angle that is going on here. And I think as a result of that, it may be funny if you're leaning even further into that, where you're like, ah, look at these fluffy little, like, cotton balls I'm putting on the clothing. Let me make this on a layer where I can do my favorite little hack. Cotton ball. There we go. Bam. And you have, like, oh, here's, like, little, like, fluffy things. Or you can make them be the kind that, like, sort of, like, hang down like this. Or maybe they don't have to be the same. But then we're also increasing the amount of little soft, fluffy shapes, little trustworthy round shapes that make us want to believe that your character wants what is best for us. Make it less sinister. Make the high-waisted shorts a little shorter to make it work. I think it works kind of okay. I think the high-waistedness is alright. We just had to cover it just a little bit. But more little puff balls could be good. If you had, like, an accessory like my winter outfit has, where you can have a rabbit tail almost on some sort of, like, belt or keychain or something. And you can have, like, other little things that dangle down or something too, mimicking the fact that you have some things on that side or something. That could be cute for details. We're still increasing the amount of soft, friendly, cute little shapes that are happening. This is what happened to the rabbits. What? What did we do to the rabbits? What do you mean, what is what happened to the rabbits? Nothing happened to them. Carrot key charm. Yeah, you could have a little charm. I mean, they already have strawberries, but yeah, you could have other vegetables. Celery. What else do rabbits like? I mean, I'm sure other fruits too. But yeah, you could have a carrot. Let me pick like an orange or something. Like, oh, that's an awful color. What have I done? That's not better. What, hello? Do I have to make these really bright? Oh, I guess I kind of do. That's still awful. What is happening here? Can I get a nice carrot color? This is so saturated already. Pastelify? I guess that's kind of okay. And then yeah, here's like my little thing like that. Bam! Cute! Accessories! Wolves turn the rabbits into clothing. Oh, they're wearing them. God. This is gonna have an impact on the wild rabbit population for sure. Unfortunately. But yeah, cute clothing accessories, because when we look at your head, your dark hair and your red eyes does allude to the fact that there may be something more sinister lurking beneath the surface, but you've decorated yourself in all of these cute little details that make you so friendly and welcoming. Makes you seem like something that I don't need to be afraid of. I do think for your bow, it's asymmetrical, but we can make it even more asymmetrical if you'd go like that and just extend it so now it has overlap with your shirt. Just a little bit. Also, I do like the fact that you are wearing something that is a little bit more, you say, alluring. A little bit more strappy and dark underneath your cute, fluffy, friendly exterior, so that we can still see that there's something else lurking beneath the surface, mayhaps, right? I think there's some clever things happening here. Oh, we're doing flashbacks to the Wonder Pets? We loved the Wonder Pets. I say we, mostly my sister. But I would watch it with her. That's one of the ones I liked watching with her. It's a good detail. Yeah, it is a good detail. I feel like another detail that could be good for that is, like, if we could see that you have, like, a little bit of, like, fishnets creeping out from under your shorts. Did you ever know anybody when you were in school who would wear fishnets under their pants? I feel like that became a much more common thing with... Oh, hang on, those are way too big. I think it's because I have the outline on this layer. Go away, go away, go away. I think it's become much more common with the, like, e-girl aesthetics than it used to be. But, when I was in high school, one of my friends used to do this, and people did tease her for it because they thought it was a little bit odd at that point in time, because not a lot of people did it. But, oh yeah, yes, in college, yes, me. It's good. It's a good look. It's good for contrast. But, you know, we could have a little bit of it peeking out from underneath so we can see that maybe there's even more of an outfit that is not meeting our eye right now. You could just totally decide to, instead of doing that, you could just toss some tights on, because those are something that can be considered a little bit more alluring, appealing sometimes. And then we're also gonna make your legs less high saturation, but then that could be something that also is suggesting that there may be more than meets the eye also, potentially. I'm just using a multiply layer right now, and I'm not doing the cleanest job of it, and this might be too dark also, because I don't want to make it too not pastel, but you're wearing your tights under your socks. Tights are cozy. That's also true. Tights can keep the cold chill of winter off of you just a little bit. They make like insulated ones now that make it look like you can see through them to your skin. But it's an illusion! They're lying! Yes, not so much fishnets through... Though tights are much better as I'm always cold. Yeah, that makes sense. But yeah, here, like, you could do something like this, and then it's a little bit fun with layering, maybe. Honestly, that might even be still too dark. I don't know if I'm a huge fan of this. Whoa. Don't do that. Hang on, what happened? What? You guys can't see what's happening? Somehow I, like, wrecked my... What? What's going on here? What? Huh? I, like, screwed up my side panel, and I don't know how. Uh-oh. Like, if I scoot this over, you guys can't see all the things that I used to operate here. I've, like, developed a weird other panel that shouldn't be here the way that it is. But now something isn't right. And I don't know why. I don't know what's going wrong, because it's supposed to now have the subtool category be down here, but for some reason it's more rows than it's supposed to be. I don't know what's happening. Hey, when I screw up the panels, I know. So here, let me try resetting my workspace and see if that fixes it. This should be my streaming drawing classroom setup. Oh, that fixed it. Thank God. Okay. It's wider than it should be, but... Am I in the right room? I am. That's weird. This is wider than it's supposed to be for the way that is set up, but it's more correct now. Oh, but now you can see this. Huh? What in the world? Weird things. Do that in Premiere all the time? I hate it. I do it in Blender, not infrequently, where I'll think I've like double clicked somewhere to type and suddenly I'm toggling through like 800 different things and I can't figure out how to untoggle them because I can't remember exactly what I was spelling when I realized that it happened and went wrong. So then I end up having to copy and paste my model out of that file into another file where I haven't screwed the settings up. Such an anime punk. Huh? Huh? I was not happy. It really perplexed me because I couldn't figure out where to click. But anyways, back to this design. Back to the design. I'm not sure how I feel about the tights. I could give or take on them. But I do think that the diamond motif, I'm not sure if that's adding very much for me right now. I get that it may also be an element that because it's sharp, it's another thing that is alluding to the fact that there is a darker side to this character, maybe? But I feel like there could be something we could use that would be more effective in that way, maybe? Or even if the diamond was designed up a little bit more, it could still be more effective. Or like if we're creating something like radial out of it, it could look like lettuce or look like something more floral as opposed to being just a singular diamond. Can't see it anyways unless the sweaters are toggled. True, but the diamonds are also on the head. Oh, excuse me, hiccups. Where maybe it could be more like this, because now this is becoming more of a flower, perhaps, or something like that. Maybe. Some of these details on here are really small also. So I do think that those chains could use to be a little bit larger. Let me see. And same deal with the earrings too. They could use to be scaled up. But if you're gonna have these... And there's like this earring that has like a bunch of little things floating inside of it. I feel like you could have an earring design that is more specific to you than that is. But that's okay. I'm thinking of the like puffball earrings I've seen people wear, or like You know the long, like, hipster feather earrings that were, like, 7 inches of chain and then a feather at the bottom that were popular back in, I want to say, like, 2013? For some reason, I feel like that would fit in here and be kind of cute. Or, like, if it had fur at the end of it or something. Sound effects when drawing curves. I'm glad you're enjoying my sound effects. I feel the need to do them. I really can't stop myself. Make this bigger, maybe. Because I can't see it from any distance. Yeah, those seem to be working a little bit better now. From this distance. Me, I did that? You're the one who messed up my settings in my program? How dare you? Dies, because those were popular in my college years. They were popular. They were popular when I was in school, but, like, not in college school. I remember kids wearing them to school with me. Earring could look like a rabbit's nest? Are you saying that that's what it already is potentially referencing? Or we could make it more like that? I don't even know if I know what a rabbit's nest looks like off the top of my head. Rabbit? It's our second rabbit we've looked at today, which is surprising to me. Oh, rabbit's nests are just a lot of twigs and sort of like a circle. I think it's already referencing. Ah, okay. Potentially. In that case, it might just need to be a little bit bigger. Maybe. Potentially. But otherwise, I do think that this is already decently a cute design. It's not too over-detailed. I do think it needs some more of the detail that we've added to it. It did feel a little bit under-designed. And then as far as silhouette goes, I do think adding the little puff balls is going to be important, especially in the sweater, because the off the shoulder sweater with long sleeves in this pretty much exact shape is not an uncommon thing to see in a Vtuber design, so I fear that your silhouette would not be that distinct without these accessories added on and without the hat. I do think the hat needs to be a staple. I think the hat needs to stay on you at most times for recognizability reasons. You do have a nice hairstyle for silhouette where you've got these nice negative space regions on the inside of these longer locks in the front. I don't know what to call these. They're not rat tails because they're in the front and there's 2 of them. 4 locks. Maybe the socks stand out more from the legs. We could make the socks have just a little bit more contrast perhaps. Let me just make them a little bit darker. Not this dark, bear with me, I will make them less dark. Hang on, erase that out. Man, I don't think I'm gonna get bingo today. Another bingo-less week, alas. Once again, why am I doing this in the smallest brush size as possible? Anyone's guess. Including mine. There, that's a little better. Wait, hello, mouse? There we go. A little clearer. Bear with me, Phrase said. Did you need that for your bingo? Man, I didn't need that for my bingo. I never need that one for my bingo, so it never helps me. Vampire fang hair, maybe a name for the hairstyle. It is kind of vampire fang-like. Although, you know, if you're being a wolf or like a fox, that could still be a reference to the fangs that the creature has, also potentially. No, I need unique irises. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think we've had any unique irises yet. Let's see. I'm going to start grading and see if I come to any of the things I would like to say. So, for the color palette, I do think you need a little more contrast with the socks and your legs, but otherwise the colors are okay. They're well chosen. So I could probably put it here. For silhouette, I do worry that you are wearing an outfit that is very common in VTubing. We have created some angles to make it a little bit more distinct for you, but unfortunately your silhouette is going to be very reminiscent of a lot of others. As a result of it being the way that it is currently. Your hat is a step in the right direction, but I do still think you need more elements to differentiate yourself. So adding asymmetrical accessories like we did could be a useful angle there. But your hair does keep you somewhat, what's the word I'm looking for? Somewhat identifiable. Not very common, just simple. I mean, it is, I would say it is pretty common. I have seen this exact silhouette more or less other than the hair in a lot of submissions that we have downloaded. But I mean, it does need a little bit more complexity also. I would agree with that. Twin tails, color layer, or magical girl for a bingo. Technically, the previous one we looked at, bunnies, had twin tails. There were 2 pigtails. I don't think I've used a color layer though yet, you're right. So, complexity versus clarity. I do think that you do need to increase the complexity a decent bit, though. There's not enough details. And by adding details, you could further our interpretation of your concept, potentially. For focal point, let me actually check that. Turn off my edits real quick. For focal point, I am looking at your head pretty quickly, pretty easily, just because the only place that there's an especially dark color in the design is your hair. So that's working pretty effectively, I would say. So focal point I'd give you full points for. And then concept and motifs, I think you are doing something very clever with the fox in rabbit's clothing angle. And the way that you're sort of alluding to the fact that, you know, you're trying to appear very friendly and kind and welcoming, but there's something darker and more sinister hiding beneath the surface with the layering of the clothing, with the ears hiding under the hat. I think those are good angles, but we can play that up more. And we just need more detail in general, I think, but I could put it probably right about there for you. Potentially. Let me turn back on little edits that I was doing. Oh, and you can make some of your smaller accessories more specific to you and a little bit larger. Don't know how I feel about those. That might be good, though, for a little bit of detail. Those are good. Put that up there. There we go. I think those will do it for the edits. Did I do math? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.5 out of 10. Yippee! Oh no, I did that right during an ad break. I guess if you can clap, you could probably still hear me. And the others will figure out that we're clapping. But can we get a round of applause, please, for Kawanachi? Clap with my hands before I decide to start trying to clap with an emote. Yippee! Many nat 6.5s today. I feel like naturally that does make sense if we're thinking about like a bell curve in VTuber designs, where the bulk of designs will be near sort of the center of that curve. You know, we're gonna draw a bell curve. A lot of VTuber designs are probably gonna be in this region, which is the 5, 6, 4-ish region. So like, you know, we're getting a lot of the ones that are sort of here today, probably. We have gotten a couple that are closer to this area. And you know, there's not that many designs that are in this area anyway. We haven't gotten very many of those on our stream also. So I think this grading system does make sense for showing that trend, which is interesting. Clapping to provide echolocations. You could also clapter if you want, where you could clap and laugh at me at the same time for past EG's failure to say words properly. I'll permit it, you're allowed. But, okay. This is number 5. Would it be crazy if we did 6? I think I had 6 prepared, which was the goal. We can do 6. Yippee. So, welcome back from the ad, fellas. We are on to the next one. The grade that Kawa got was a 6.5 out of 10. We did a little round of applause. So now, we're on to Hanami. It's she/her at Empanada's Luna. I designed this character 2 years ago and was just an OC, but I wanted to redesign it to see if I can become a VTuber. It's still in development, so I really appreciate and need some constructive criticism. Thank you for the opportunity. My lack of faith betrays me. Are you betraying me, Ryuku? You should have been a believer. I've been doing really well with getting through 6 recently. I've been doing pretty good. I've been making it much harder to guess. Although I am still quite consistent at 6. Congrats on bingo, still don't have it. Oh, let's see, did I get bingo or am I doomed? Am I not gonna get bingo again? Oh, I gave keychains for the last one, but I don't think that counts. We really haven't had that strong of a Hoge situation yet. I don't think we've had one with more than 5 motifs. We did have a chibi. No paragraph concepts. Concepts have all been kind of succinct. Not really much in the way of tech wear. No men's formal wear struggle. No unnatural skin colors. No common color palettes. I didn't suggest for fashion research. The last one was kind of the cozy aesthetic. No rainbow color palette. No corsets. Wow. Are we losing it? Why would you be losing it? Why are you losing it, Edward? I don't think you are. Are they wanting those colors in their design? Maybe. I am curious seeing them here because the teal is in the eyes, and I think that's the only place it's showing up. Maybe this is their color palette, yeah. So at the end, can you check back on the previous design real quick? Sure. Oh wait, it's right here. It's literally right here. We can count this as the tiniest little itty bitty teeny tiny Hoge. Confirm that you kept a bit of fishnetting. Sure. I did keep a bit of fishnetting. It is here. Do we count keychains since I added it? I guess we could count it. Doesn't make me any closer to winning, though, having added it. That and a hoge. Doesn't help. Bingo. Yay, Edward, I'm happy for you. I'm struggling as me, but I'm happy for you. Yippee. At least we got one bingo in the shroom state. I can rest easier by result. I'll take a sip of my drink before we start this one. Also, my throat's a little funny. Alright, so in the details provided, you didn't really tell me what you are, so I'm gonna make an educated guess as to what you are and what your concept is, because yeah, you didn't really tell me. I just had to check again to make sure. So I'm guessing that you are probably a demon of some sort, and I'm gonna go on a limb here and say that you are probably, yeah, succubus, or succubi. Is that the singular? I guess succubi is plural. Succubus, singular. Because you are pink, and because you have a lot of heart motifs throughout. And your tail is shaped like a heart. So, I think that's going to be a pretty accurate guess. So, first concept is guessable. However, I do think you need another layer to your concept, perhaps, because this is a combination that I think I've seen before. The pink plus succubus angle, which that's not a bad thing, but I do think you could do more to differentiate yourself, perhaps, if you added another layer to the concept, because that could also help to provide other angles with which we can use to flesh out more detail in the design, because you do feel just a tad under-detailed as far as VTuber designs go, to me, right now. Twitch TOS. Oh yeah, wait, hang on. Sorry, Twitch TOS. It's only in the back of the... Oh, wait, nope, it's in the front too. Darn. You cannot show booty cheek on twitch.tv. That's not allowed. Sorry. And also, you can't have any underboob. You gotta cover that also. I'm so sorry. Thank you, Rex. I don't think it would have gotten me for those ones because the contrast wasn't very high, but better safe than sorry. The last thing I need is to get bonked real hard. I don't need my head smacked anymore. I've already had enough concussions in my lifetime. Anyways, so the asymmetry is sort of nice. I do also appreciate the fact that you are using a shape that relates more to the design to be some of the hardware in the design. Although, I guess technically this would probably be contained within those elements and probably overlap it. I do think you could use more exaggeration in your clothing, because right now the silhouette is mostly supported by your wings, your tail, and your horns. Your clothing isn't really adding a ton because it's really form-fitting for the most part. The ruffles do something, but I think we could probably do more, mayhaps. Potentially. But the patterns on the socks are put on the sleeves of the shirt. You could put a little bit of that on the sleeves, maybe. I'm not sure you need to do an incredible quantity of it, but you could have like a couple of pink stripes or something on the sleeve. Maybe they don't travel up the entire sleeve, or you could have like, you know, a button on the end of the sleeve that is your pentacle, because it's upside right, so that's not a pentagon, or pentagram, because it's not in a pentagon anyway, it's a pentacle, because it's a circle. Am I misremembering that the star being facing upwards means something different? It might be. Design's very close to a famous VTuber. How close? As in, they are also a pink succubus with stripes? Or is it much closer? Rex, can you whisper to me what it is, the hairstyle? Is it just the hairstyle, or is it all of that plus the hairstyle? Potentially. So if that's the case, we can suggest some angles to further differentiate this design from it. If you want to whisper to me in the mod channel. I say as if the Discord is open. Why have I lost Discord? Did I close the Discord server somehow? Why did I do that? Nope, no, it is open. But it just isn't an icon right now. Why is that? How odd. Let me yoink this somewhere. Hang on, wait, where is... The things are working. What you mentioned, plus hairstyle. Oh, okay, so that's enough elements that we may want to add another layer to your concept, definitely, to try and push you a little bit more different if that is the case. Because it is okay to homage someone. It is okay to have elements that are inspired by someone. But it is important that we do what we can to make ourselves properly differentiated from other people. Necklace could stand out a little bit more. Yeah, the necklace, by being the dark color, isn't very clear, so we could make it this lighter white color. I don't know why I didn't just draw that normally like a star, but there we go. Now that stands out more, a little bit more clearly. Skin tone's really close to the pink of the bodysuit, a little lost at a distance. I would also agree with that. I do think having the ruffles along the trim does help differentiate a little bit, but the hair color is what I'm losing a little bit more against the skin around the sides of the face, though. I'm also trying to think about the fact that it does feel like I'm missing some level of details here right now, so I'm trying to think about, like, okay, could we do some sort of, like, asymmetrical, like, I don't know, sleeve element or something here? Attached to the bodysuit, where maybe these can feel like they're belts or something. Well, you could have your pentacles somewhere else, but then that adds some natural asymmetry to the outfit. It feels like it's a little bit more distinct, maybe. This is a big fuzzy slippers and a sleep mask. I guess succubus do perform their activities under the nighttime. At night is when they... I don't know if attack is the word, but they carry out their duties. So I could see that being related, and it could be cute if we want to make the design feel a little bit more comfy. Succubus put on their day off. I guess so, but like if you're gonna peer to somebody at night, if you look like you're cozy, that could be more friendly, less disturbing to a potential victim if you want them to not be disturbed. Did get sleep attire vibes from this too. Maybe it's the socks. The lack of shoes probably will push us in the direction of thinking that somebody is getting ready for bed or not out on the town, because do you really want to risk stepping in a puddle in your bare socks? Bare socks. I guess they're not bare, but that's not a risk I want to take. But I do agree that having some sort of fluffy slipper or sleep mask or something could be cute, and it could be a way that, you know, if we're feeling that this design is too similar to some existing design, this could potentially help further differentiate it. What if instead of fluffy bunny shoes, they were like fluffy demon shoes? Where it has like horns instead of ears. And then it has like the longer tail on the back instead of like the little bunny end of it. No wet socks. Yeah, I know. Wet socks are one of my greatest enemies as a person. I've said before, I am very easygoing. I am hard to disturb. Let me tell you, I am pretty unshakable. In the wise words of a song that is in Red Dead Redemption 2, I remain unshaken, I believe is what the words of that song are. But man, if there's one thing that'll shake me and sure jostle me a whole bunch other than the Moobot redeem and you guys launching me into the air, it's my socks getting wet. I cannot tolerate it. It sends me into a rage almost immediately. It makes me so upset. Big eyeballs and sharp teeth. We could go for that angle. What do you mean by big eyeballs? Like this? Wait. There you go. Cute little demon slipper. I think he's a little too detailed right now and a little too high contrast compared to everything else, but like, if we're going to actually interpret this into the design, just don't do it exactly the way I did it. Lower the contrast maybe a little bit. And like, who says your slippers even have to match? We could make this slipper be something that's a little bit more like angelic and positive. So we're doing like a silly little like duality adjacent angle or something. I don't know, maybe it's just a different kind of demon, but I do agree that bunny slippers could be cute. Is that a corset? I don't know if this qualifies as a corset. It might. It is laced, but it's laced up the sides and it's a bodysuit. So I think it's missing the necessary cut to fully qualify as being one, maybe. Potentially. In the Pacific Northwest, when do our socks not get wet? God, I'm never living where you live. I will not move Pacific Northwest because I could not tolerate it. I the only time Joby ever gets, like, yelled at, ever, and I don't yell, I don't actually raise my voice, but, you know, I use the stern tone, is Joby will get out of the shower sometimes and track water a little bit. They don't really do it that often anymore. We've been living together for long enough that they've learned their lesson. The moment I get a wet sock and my day is ruined and I'm like, you dripped all over the floor and you didn't wipe it up. They've learned. They've learned that it's not the solution. Bunnies a theme today instead of pink? Kind of. We have had 3 rabbit adjacent things happening in the design, and I will tell you there were more rabbits in the folder that we just didn't get to also. Beneficial as a darker pink. The darkest one still feels pretty mid-tone. I will tell you that technically none of these are mid-tone. Hang on, you see a magic trick? Correction layer. I'm gonna slurp up all the saturation. Are you ready? Are you ready for me to go? They're all the same. Technically, none of those are mid-tone. So the hair, I was right. The hair is the same value as the skin is. There's like barely a step of value change between the bodysuit and the skin tone, especially this pink. You guys are right. And then the inside of the sleeves, the inside of the wings is still also not that different. So you're right. We do potentially need a value revisit just a little bit. Because the only thing differentiating edges right now is mostly saturation. We could use some things that are differentiating it by darkness. Because it does really make these black areas stand out a lot in a way that makes the face less focal, unfortunately. Black and white test for the win. Yes, it is an important test to try if you're designing a character. Honestly, I end up designing sometimes directly in black and white first, just to figure out where my value should go if I'm having trouble. And then I end up picking a color that is in that value region, just to make sure the blocking works out correctly. So for that reason, I wonder if I go like this, and I go like this, and make a multiply layer. You need a multiply layer. And then if I go like this over all of this, don't worry, I'm gonna turn it down. It's too intense right now, but and then push all of this also. Honestly, I might just put this over all of the pinks, more or less, just to scale all of them a little bit darker. And then this, and this. I may have to change the color I've used also. I think I picked a color too saturated for this to work the way I'm intending it to, but we'll see. Okay. Not as dark, although honestly, I feel like that already kind of works okay. Just to quickly sort of block it in for the hair. The contrast is doing something positive here, though, I would say. 90-degree angle of the tail base and spine is bothering me. Ah, because technically, you're right that a tail does technically spring out of your tailbone, right? Which is A, probably a little bit lower, and B would be sloped. But that's more of an art critique, I think, than it is necessarily a character design critique. I think that may just come from the fact that they were not thinking through the anatomy of that decision maybe as fully as they needed to. Let me cover all this. I fear that I'm making this too not pastel by darkening all of the pinks in, but I do think it is providing just a little bit more clarity between elements. I'll change this color also, because right now it's just too much for me. Maybe gradients. Gradients could be good. I could erase out some of this in certain places so that it could gradate. Hang on, let's see. So if I go like, wait, I'm almost done. Ah, I'm almost done. I'm so close. Hang on. Okay. And if I go like this and say, okay, what if the wings are gradating to being lighter on the edges? Right? No. That's not correct. Hang on, I'm doing something wrong. I need this. There we go. I was adding instead of removing. Whoops. Hang on, remove that, and then maybe this gradates to lighter further down the leg, and then maybe this part also is like lighter. Higher up in the chest, and the hair could also be like lighter on top. Maybe we change the color so that it's not as saturated. Potentially. I might accidentally push it purple, but let's see. Whoops, nope, don't want to push purple. Hang on. Keep it red. Oh, removing the saturation feels like it doesn't really work though, which is gonna bug me. Oh, come on. Let's see. Honestly, the original color might have been better. Love the sound effects. Are you listening to me suffer just a little bit? So, might turn it down just a little bit, like... That seems like an improvement, right? Small doodles mix of a heart with a pentagram they could maybe use somewhere. Ooh, can I see? Can I see? Did you put it in the Discord and live suggestions? I want to see. I would like to witness. Permit me to see. Let me see. Oh, you did put it in there. Ah, interesting. I could even see this being, like, permutated to, like... Watch. Let's see. You could do something that's, like... Minimize this so I can see you guys again. Like this, and then you could still see that these are, like, shooting through here, maybe. Potentially. That could be a good motif in the design, mayhaps. That's a good idea. We could suggest that for use, maybe. But I do think this is a beneficial design. Thank you, Sanzam, for the doodle. That is good. And then we were also saying, if we want to add, like, a sleepy mask or something, you could put that, like, up here in the hair or something. I don't know. There we go. And then you could see it's, like, tucking in behind the hair or, like, behind the ear. Me do my outline effect. Dark color. Bam. And then you could have, like, your scary little demon face on it. With his little, like, demon mouth, right? Or you could even have, like, the mask itself has horns or something on it. Right? But I do think that those are elements that may help to differentiate you if there is somebody else who you're seeming a little bit similar to. Try to push this more red than desaturate with Orpal. Let me... I didn't really desaturate it, I don't think, but I could push it more red on this multiply layer. Although that's also gonna feel like it's desaturating, probably. Hang on. I don't know if that's necessarily an improvement. Could go either way. I think it does depend on what type of color language they're aiming for. If they want it to be cooler or warmer. Stop! My hand is not there. Please stop freaking out. It's okay. You'll be fine. Little thing there. Sure, mate, send me some good vibes to the mycelium. Today's gonna be rough. Oh no! Zany, you got this! I'm so sorry you're having a rough day. I hope your day is minimally dog-like as possible. I hope it is as lovely as the days you can manage. Good luck! More hot around the face, cooled off the lower you go. Ah, see? That could be another beneficial thing to add here, which is a classic EG suggestion also, is potentially the variety of hues could be larger. That's sort of a color critique, because yeah, we are already having a little bit of trouble with the fact that most of these seem to have the same undertone to them. We could say warmer towards the head, cooler towards the legs, maybe. Let me see if I try that. Using a color layer, in case you're wondering. I'm gonna turn it way down, don't worry. It's not gonna stay this dark. Extremities, much cooler. Almost makes them appear lighter. But that is sort of interesting. That is helping push the focal point to the face. Learned it from watching you. Oh, reminding me of my own tactics. Is a good idea. And we could even say, all right, like, what if we pushed these back because they're really bright? And then we could make the face even warmer if I go like that. This is sort of subtle, but it is doing something about color depth, maybe a little bit. But I do think more variety in color undertone could be beneficial here in this case. I will start grading. I think we've talked about a number of things here. So, concept. I think you need another layer to your concept. I can see the layer you currently have. Succubus is very clear. The heart motifs are working, but you need a little bit more. I think you just need more layers. It feels a little bit too simple. As far as complexity versus clarity goes, similarly, you don't have really any asymmetry going on at all that is impacting your silhouette. You have your socks being asymmetrical, but that's also really it. So the only asymmetry being in your legs does make them a little bit more focal too, unfortunately. More asymmetry in the upper body, make your clothing feel natural. You can make it one-sleeved, you can have a mask off to one side. There's things we can do to improve it. The hair silhouette plus the wings and the tail, though, makes for a decent silhouette as far as recognizability goes. But if we did exaggerate more of your frills off your body, that could make your silhouette stronger and more easily identifiable. Also, funny little slippers could do something similar. Complexity versus clarity, I think we were feeling that you need a little bit more detail. You're a little under-designed. For the focal point, where would we say the focal point was here before I started drawing over? Where's the focal point? Oh wait, hang on, we don't need that there. Because to me, I think the focal point is the dark sort of tops. What do you call this? Like, it's like super cropped sweater. Because there's not very much that's that dark on the front of this design, especially in such a big area. You do have green eyes, which should be pulling me in a good bit, but they're not very dark. They're pretty pastel, so they don't have that much contrast against your sclera. Yeah, I guess a shrug might be a thing we could call it too, but I think that's the focal point right now, unfortunately. So, let me turn back on my edits. I think that's helping, because it's making this shrug less low or less high contrast. Your eyes maybe just need to be more saturated or maybe darker. Let me just grab that color and make a multiply layer and see if just darkening them helps. And I can preserve something like the shinies. Let's see. That seems to help a bit for me. Heavy eyeliner. Yeah, the eyeliner could be heavier. That's true also. The eyeliner has been drawn also, or like the eyelashes have been drawn using the line color of the hair as opposed to the line color of the rest of the body, which I do think may be doing it a disservice. Let me reduce my pen size just so I can redraw your eyelashes on. And maybe they could gradate into that red color where they're going behind your hair. But I do think that increasing their contrast by going like this may be beneficial to you as well. I'm just making them a little bit chunkier too, but... It sounds like I'm shooting a boat or something. I'm playing Battleship with my sound effects. I like can't be quiet. There we go. Let me erase out the edges so that way they have a little bit of gradation to them. For funsies, it'll soften them just a little bit too. There we go. Yeah, contrast. Thinking that cute crop top could even have a hood on it. Crop hoodie. Ah, if you put the hood that is on it around the head, that could also do something interesting for your silhouette potentially, maybe. EGFX, better known as IFX, you're right. I love that SFX can either be sound effects or special effects, and I love how confusing that is. And when I say love, I mean it is the bane of many a 3D modeler's experience, because so many times a client will say, can you do SFX for me? And you say, what do you mean by SFX? And they say, what do you mean? What do I mean by SFX? And you have to explain to them that it could either mean special effects as far as like magic and other little animations and things like that go, or it could be sounds, in which case both of those things do require special handling, and they're not handled the same way. They have different requirements, and both will increase the price. Anyways, sorry. Minor rant. Unbiased. Love eyeliner and mascara. I totally trust you on that, Amber. And footy pajamas, a little bit of incubus flare is a good idea. Oh, see, that could be cute. Can you imagine, like, if it was like footy pajamas, but like unzipped, like down the body, so we can see that you're wearing sort of like a saucy, you know, bodysuit underneath for the succubus angle, but then we can see that you are wearing the footy pajamas over it. That would be cute, potentially. Wings being cushions could be unique and fit the sleepwear theme. Yeah, if you gave the wings the, like, plush texture thing. Let me multiply. You know the thing where it's like this? Like, the Demon Librarian had. That's really dark. But then, yeah, plushify it, cushionify it. Yeah, there's some good ideas here. I do think that adding the sleepy angle more in here would be very cute to differentiate it. Has there ever been a design with a perfect or almost perfect score? Yes, we've had a couple. We have had, so we get natural 10s and we get unnatural 10s. A natural 10 is somebody who just scores a 10 out of 10 without bonus points. We've had a nat 10, I think twice? I can't remember how many times. I know Cable Gore was a nat 10. That was very early. That was like a year ago. We've had a couple that got really close to a nat 10 on the old rubric. I don't know if we've had one come as close on the new rubric. And I don't know if we've actually had a 10 out of 10 on the new rubric, even like unnatural. Let me check. Yeah, Incinda has a document that has every single person we've ever critiqued on stream, as well as their grade, which is incredible and insane to me, which thank you forever for working on that. It's very helpful so people can research and see if we talked about their design. But man, there's a lot. Cutting 10 chans, I got a nat 10 too. Did you? Zany, what did you get a nat 10 on? Was it on Gormley or was it on one of your other characters? I can't remember. My memory's not very good. Trying so hard, determined to get a 10 out of 10, natural or not. You got it, Striker! The Chameleon. Oh, the Chameleon! Was that your redesign for the Zero-chan? Right? Intriguing. Interesting. Yeah, that one was really good. That was deserving of a nat 10. I would stand by that. Current EG stands by that decision. Hang on, I do have to finish grading this. So, focal point was not the face. It was the shrug over the shoulders. So by making the eyes more saturated and clarifying the value scale, it makes it clearer. And then for color palette, unfortunately, there were a number of things that were too low contrast also. Oh, I have been raided. Hello. Hi, Aya, welcome in. I am Squiiji, freelance artist Fungi, educator extraordinaire. We are critiquing Vtuber designs today that are pink. So we are currently grading Hanami, who I believe is a succubus. We were adding some angles to her concept, but welcome in. Mods, thank you for getting the shout out. Also, Shervates, thank you for rotating. I will join in the spinning. Forgot the raid message. That's okay. Your raid message can be, we don't have a raid message. How are you doing? I am swell. How are you? How was your stream? Let me see what you're up to. Let me see if I can snoop. Oh, I can't. It's not letting me. It seems like you were recently doing software and game development, Death End Request, and Starlight Revolver. Intriguing. Intriguing. Kasumi, thank you for following. I appreciate it. It's very kind of you. From the 10s I recorded, I see 5 10s and 1 10.5. Did I stream with 2 10s in a row? What? That's crazy. I don't remember that. Who were the 10s? From the double 10. That's crazy. I wonder if we noted whether they were nat 10 or not. Not that that necessarily matters, but like, man. Monster or robot stream. Could it have been? I wonder if it was a non-human stream. I feel like I remember the non-humans scoring pretty well too. Exactly enough of a raid message. That's okay. Don't worry about it. Not having a raid message is the raid message. But if you and your fellas need to do things like eating or drinking or snorkeling, please take care of yourselves. If you guys want to stick around and hang out, you're welcome to do so. Although I am sort of on the tail end here. We're moving in the direction of wrapping up a little bit. But yes, we were doing some stuff in Unreal Engine. Ooh, Unreal? I will say, I don't have much experience in Unreal Engine. I've got a lot of experience in Unity as a 3D modeler. What were you doing? I am intrigued. Was it game dev stuff, or were you testing, like, engine things? I know people test, like, lighting engine stuff about it from time to time. I don't quite know that much about Unreal, though, so I may sound like I'm not making sense, though. See how far behind on fridge coverage we are? I don't think I've updated the fridge in a year, probably, so pretty far behind on fridge coverage. I was doing the aquatic crit a few weeks back. Really? We had one that recent? Man, my memory is terrible. I think a skeleton before my first critique was a 10. Skeleton? Skeleton? Oh, there was the charity one that was a part of. Skeleton. I don't know if I remember a skeleton. Huh? I'm sure if I saw the design, I would remember it, but I can't remember it without that. 2 10s before you critiqued me. Whoa. That's wild. Astra Maeve was another 10? Oh, wait. Was Astra a 10? I believe you. My memory is awful. These holes in my head are good for leaking information out of them. Man. Hang on, I gotta do math though. I forgot I was doing math. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right, I don't even need to count. I can tell what that is. That's a 5. So, I do think that you just need to make yourself more unique. Differentiate yourself a little bit more. Add more layers to your concept. And those layers to your concept will help improve all of your categories because it'll help you to add more detail. It'll help you to flesh out your silhouette a little bit more. It'll help with everything. Yeah. Squiiji, don't be so hard on yourself. You critiqued like 200 designs. I think just on stream I've critiqued over, I think it's like 350-ish at this point. And I think privately I've critiqued over 200 as well. So it's like 500. So sometimes I can't remember which designs are private critiques versus public critiques. I don't know if those 10s made it to light of day. Also, I think that is also, yes, an incredible quantity of people to have seen. Want people to remember after 550? 350? Yeah, my guess was pretty accurate. Thank you. I've been working hard. That's crazy to think that I have potentially theoretically helped over 500 VTubers with their designs. I'm so happy I can do that. We'll have to have like a party if I hit 1,000. Or like when we hit 500 on stream, we'll have to like do something cool for it. But, yippee! Yeah, party when we reach like big number. We already had a very exciting 300, I feel like, too, where we were looking at shroommates for 300. Get a private critique, you can claim you're a nat 10, because NDA. Yeah, there's nobody who could prove otherwise other than me. I could say no, but I wouldn't do that. That'd be mean of me. You're all 10 out of 10s in my heart, technically. Yeah, but I believe, oh, did we clap? Clap for Hanami, please. Can we get a round of applause for Hanami? Yippee! Good work, Hanami. Thank you for submitting. I do need to do an eat and a drink and figure out where Jubby is. I think Jubby went to do some film stuff and is not home yet, but I also need to prep for job interview in the morning. I gotta get ready. I gotta make sure I got like the mission statement of the place I'm applying at like memorized down pat. I gotta get my questions all prepped and answered properly. All of my research has to be completed between now and tomorrow morning, so wish me luck! I would really like to get this job, it'd be really cool. Wish me luck! Also wish me luck with cardiology. I'm sure it'll be great. I'm sure the cardiology will be fantastic. How many designs did we do before? You're right, we can't raid yet. I didn't pay out. We did 6. We did my exact average. Oh, hey, I can type 6 this time. Or I can type prediction. Man, you all thought I'd do 5. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Ye of little faith. I completed 6 today. Enjoy some shroomy redistribution of wealth. Oh, Marango, thank you for following also. I appreciate it. Cha-ching. 6 people are dividing 7.6k. Enjoy your gains. I will see you all on Thursday for some Uma! I'm so excited. I'm so excited to play Uma Musume on stream. I'm looking forward to it. I'm so looking forward to it. It's gonna be so fun. I have not played Uma Musume on stream, but I've been playing a lot of Uma Musume. I'm so excited for it. We can yap about Uma finally, because I kept trying to yap about Uma last week, and it was not beneficial to me trying to get things done. And I'll tell you how the job interview and now the cardiologist went. So, thank you for hanging out. I do have to go now. Thank you for hanging out. Shroom you later, YouTube. Bye.